those days, women were not into taking men to court and making them pay and all that kind of stuff, right? But it's best if you want a family, it's best to wait until you get married for children. We also have counsel. We have an entrepreneur academy where we are helping young men and older men too start businesses that are part of the academy. We started a credit union so we can loan them the money because some of them have bad credit, so especially young guys. So we loan them the money, they pay it back with interest. We have a women's forum, a men's forum every first Thursday night of the month, and for ladies only every third Thursday night of the month, and Sunday morning for everybody. And we're dealing with all the kind of issues that they're dealing with, and counseling and all that.
Damn it. Knew that ain't gonna happen. Damn. I just had it. What? It's a damn shot. Shit. Yeah, I would adjust my camera. There we go.
Yep. What you call back?
That kind of stuff. So pretty busy. Cool, man. Cool. Also, doing podcasts, JesseLeePeterson.com and the Fallen State TV, FallenState.tv.
Cool. Yeah, so I was on Jesse's show a few months ago. It was a good discussion. I think it went better than both of us thought it was.
No, it was amazing.
It was amazing. Amazing.
Amazing.
But yeah, so my format is
coming on, by the way.
Yeah, dude, it was a good combo. Now my format is a little different than yours. Yours is kind of more like intense interview style. Mine is more of a debate format. So I'm not going to ask you like too many questions in a row. It's just we're going to flesh out certain topics. So the topic I want to start off with, which I think what you and I largely disagree on, is premarital sex. So you say that premarital sex is bad. So my question is, why is it bad?
It's bad in the sense that it become like a drug to men. Women are sex dealers and men are sex addicts. And so when you start having sex, it causes you to become emotional and feel needy, like you really need the woman to make you feel good. And you lose sense of consciousness. And it's no different than smoking pot or doing drugs. You become addicted to it, where all your attention is focused. Most of your attention is focused on sex, rather than getting to know her and she getting to know you. It becomes like a drug. You become the drug dealer. You become the drug addict. And so you tend to lose yourself trying to find that fix again. So you really don't see who you're about to marry or who you're involved with.
Oh, Jesse, so what if you have sex in moderation and you don't get needy? Would it be okay in that circumstance?
If you were able to have sex in moderation, but
so what?
men are not able to have sex in moderation.
Yeah, I put one in there.
When they don't have it, they feel like something is missing, or they feel unloved, or they feel like they gotta have it. And women know that. And so women use sex to control the man. Sex and food. She knows that you are addicted to her for the sex. And so she uses that against you by not giving it to you, which makes you want it more, or controlling you with it. So it's no such thing as doing it in moderation.
Well, what if you can't do it in moderation? Like me, for example, I have sex in moderation, right? I'm not addicted to sex. I have sex twice a week. I don't need it. I don't really care, but it's fun for me to do it. So for someone like me who can have sex in moderation, would you then say it's okay?
Well, I can, if you can go without it for a year, then you can do it in moderation. But if you can't go without it, there's no such thing as moderation.
Well, why would I want to go without it for a year?
Because you want to have self-control. You want to be addicted to anybody or anything that you can't do without.
Well, it's like saying, why don't you go a year without hanging out with your friends? I couldn't do it, but I like my friends, so I like spending time with them. It's a key part of the human experience is bonding with other people, and another key part of the human experience is having sex. So yeah, I couldn't go a year without talking to my friends. I just don't want to. It's the same thing with sex. I could do it. I just don't want to. There's no reason. There's nothing that it benefits me. If you give me $10 million to not have sex for a year, I'll do it. But unless there's a strong incentive, why would I want to do it?
How about to do it so that you will have self-control? Why do you need to bond with friends or anyone? There is no reason. As a matter of fact, I would advise you not to bond with anyone, because that's what happens through sex. You bond with a woman, and now she has control over you, and she has a love-hate thing going on with you, because she knows that you don't really care about her, so she hates that because you're weak. And then she knows that if you stop doing it, she doesn't have control over you, because women, they love control, but they hate control. They need the man to be in order so that he can bring her out of the hell that she's living in. Women are living in hell because they live in their imagination and emotions, and there's nothing good about that. And they need their fathers to keep them out of there when they're little kids, and they need their husband to bring them completely out of it.
Jesse, where do you come up with this stuff?
I thought you're tired.
Women are living in hell? Like, you think all women are living in hell?
Yes. Until they forgive their mothers for turning them away from their fathers. God said that we must be born. All people who are born of the flesh, all those who come through the woman are dying, but those who are born of the spirit of the Father are living. So we have to overcome that fallen nature of the woman and return to the living nature of the Father. And so all women and men are catching hell, but the hell come through the woman.
Yeah, but okay, so you said earlier that the woman knows when you're having sex with her that you don't actually care about her. But what if you care about the woman? For example, I care about my girlfriend deeply, right? So when you say in a situation where you care about the girl, but you're not married, is it okay to have sex then?
If you care about her, you wouldn't have sex with her until you marry her. That way you can bring her into your world rather than going into her world. And women I know women are like sluts now. Most women are sluts. And men are slut makers. But most women would rather wait until marriage. But and if the man truly loved her in the way that he should love her, he will wait until you marry her and bring her into his world. But if you're having sex with her before marriage, it's a sign of not loving her.
Yeah, it's just fundamentally not true that all women won't prefer to wait until marriage to have sex. Only a very small percentage of women prefer that. The vast majority of women don't need to wait until marriage. They just want to have sex with a guy they feel comfortable with. So there's just like fundamentally not a true assumption that most women prefer to wait until marriage.
Well, I said it's not true today because most women are sluts today, and they know that sex is their strongest drug that they can use against the man, and they see how desperate the men are for sex, and so they're using their body. That's why they walk around half naked and these little tight things on, because they'll walk around as sex dealers. But it's not that they're into it as much as the man, but they'll do it just to have control of it.
You don't think a woman can be into sex as much as a man?
She can. Yeah, she can, in that she'll use it against you to control you with it, but she prefers not to.
But you don't think just for the act, like let's just take control outside the picture, you don't think a woman could just enjoy the act of sex as much as man?
They can today because they're not in their natural state of being. They've been made to be sluts, and so they can, but it still won't have the same meaning that men have when they have sex.
Jesse, when you're watching a porno, who's screaming at the top of their lungs? Is it the guy or the girl? It's the girl who's like, oh! It's not the guy. It's not the guy that's screaming. That to me is pretty clear evidence that the woman is enjoying sex way more than the guy.
You know why she's screaming?
She's coming?
No, she's doing it. She's screaming like that to make you think that you're doing a good job. It's all an act. She's acting out, but she could be really bored with it, but she'll scream just to deceive you, in order to control you, to make you think that you're doing an amazing job. But it's just to build your ego so she can maintain control over you.
But why do you think women can't enjoy sex for the act of itself? Like, I don't know. Like, every girl I ever had sex with is, like, super into it. Like, I don't know if you've had some bad experiences in the past, but every girl I've ever fucked was, like, really into it. Where's this idea coming from that women can't enjoy sex? Like, what do you base that on?
Because, in all honesty, the only purpose of sex is to make babies, to get married and make babies. And if you don't want babies, there's no reason to have sex. If it wasn't for sex, men wouldn't have anything to do with women. They only want to be with them for sex because the woman is their God, and they need to have some of God's false love. But they don't really care about the woman; they just care about the sex.
So you would say I don't really care about my girlfriend, like I'm just pretending?
Right. You don't really care about her. You just care about the sex and the feel-good feeling that you can get from her. And that's why you're up and down. Some days you feel good with her, some days you don't. And likewise with you, when you with her, when she's angry, she'll have sex to make herself feel better. As soon as the sex is done, now she's back to being angry again or being out of control. I'm telling you, it's like a need for drugs. It's not about love at all.
It doesn't have to be about love, but sometimes it is. I mean, I think you have a very outdated view of sex, where you think that women aren't really enjoying sex and it's like a power play. And I will concede that sometimes women can use sex as a tool of manipulation. That's not always the case. The vast majority of the time, women are having sex because they enjoy sex, because it's fun, it's a good activity, feels good. That's the point of human experience, is to do things that bring you happy and enjoy happiness. I don't think it's like has to be about power and control all the time.
We should be seeking happiness. We should be seeking peace and not happiness, because happiness comes and goes because it's a fake. It's an evil emotion, and there's no real life in happiness. And so that's why you have to keep going back to her to get your fix, because you lose that feeling of happiness, and now you feel angry or empty or like something is missing. So you go back to her to get that fix again, and now you feel happy. She does the same thing with you, and then in a few days, that fake happiness wears off. Now you got to go back to your to get the fix again, because it's not the real deal.
Okay, do you think sex is like normal and natural? Like, do you think it's a natural part of the human experience?
It's a normal, natural thing if you want to create children. But if you don't want to create children, there's no need for it.
But you can have sex without having kids. I mean, there's a reason why we evolved to have sex feel so good, right? Like, if it was just for having children, then it probably there's no need for it to feel that good, right? So there's clearly something more to it than just like fucking having a kid. There's some kind of pleasure. There's a reason why we can say God or evolution or whatever it is that you believe in. Why we evolved for sex to feel so good. Like, there's got to be something more to it than kids.
When you haven't evolved, you have devolved. You've fallen away from yourself into a fallen state. And so you look for pleasure to make yourself feel better, because you are devolving, you're dying and not living. If man had never fallen away from what is right, he could not even have sex. It would be impossible, because you have perfect peace. And if you have perfect peace, there's no need for anything else. So you're not evolving, you're devolving when you have sex.
Here's one thing I don't get about you, Jesse. So you're kind of on the right. Like, you realize that there's problems with the state, and you say that there's a lot of issues and blah blah blah, which I kind of agree with you on, right? But you know that marriage can be very horrible for men. Like, if you get a woman who divorces you, she can take all your money. So why would you want to encourage men to get married? Wouldn't you want to do the opposite? When you say, have sex but don't get married? Like, shouldn't your approach be the opposite?
I would say stop seeking pleasure. Then you wouldn't have sex before marriage. And you would, men have to overcome the woman. The woman is the man's God, right? And so he's trying to get something from God. It's God, the man's God. And Satan is the woman's God. And so what I would say is not to have, because I'm going to be out of wedlock too. Fortunately, I didn't have to go through all that child care stuff, because during those days, women were not into taking men to court and making them pay and all that kind of stuff, right? But it's best, if you want a family, it's best to wait until you get married, and don't look for a woman. You look for what is right, overcome that fallen state. And if it's meant for you to get married, the right woman will come along, and you would get with her the right way, and there would be no divorce. You would be together until death do you part. But men are marrying the wrong woman based on sex and not on true love. But that's why. So they end up marrying the devil, and they end up catching hell the rest of their life.
But if marriage, if we acknowledge the fact that marriage ends so poorly for so many men, then why would you even want to encourage men to get married? If 50% of marriages end in divorce, 80% of marriages, the woman initiates divorce, why would you want to encourage men to do that?
That's a good question. Well, I want them to, I recommend that they get married only if they want to start a family, right? If they want children. If you're not going to have children, there's no reason to get married. Because a family is one man, one woman, and children. If you're not going to have children, there's no reason to get married. And I encourage them to overcome the wrong need for the woman, so that when they do get married, they won't be controlled by the woman. They will control the woman. She will not control them. And a woman that is being controlled by her man in the right way, being controlled by her husband. We have a women's forum, a men's forum every first Thursday night of the month, and for ladies only every third Thursday night of the month, and Sunday morning for everybody, where we're dealing with all the kind of issues that they're dealing with, and counseling and all that kind of stuff. So I'm pretty busy.
Cool, man. Cool.
Also do a podcast, JesseLeePeterson.com, and the Fallen State TV, FallenState.tv.
Cool. Yeah, so I was on Jesse's show a few months ago. It was a good discussion. I think it went better than both of us thought it was.
No, it was amazing.
It was amazing. Amazing.
Amazing.
But yeah, so
Thank you for coming on, by the way.
Yeah, dude, it was a good combo. Now, my format is a little different than yours. Yours is kind of more like intense interview style. Mine is more of a debate format, so I'm not going to ask you like too many questions in a row. Just we're going to flesh out certain topics. So the topic I wanted to start off with, which I think what you and I largely disagree on, is premarital sex. So you say that premarital sex is bad. So my question is, why is it bad?
It's bad in the sense that it become like a drug to men. Women are sex dealers and men are sex addicts. And so when you start having sex, it causes you to become emotional and feel needy, like you really need the woman to make you feel good. And you lose sense of consciousness. And it's no different than smoking pot or doing drugs. You become addicted to it, where all your attention is focused. Most of your attention is focused on sex, rather than getting to know her and she getting to know you. It becomes like a drug. You become the drug dealer, you become the drug addict. And so you tend to lose yourself trying to find that fix again. So you really don't see who you're about to marry or who you're involved with.
Oh, Jesse, so what if you have sex in moderation and you don't get needy? Would it be okay in that circumstance?
If you were able to have sex in moderation, but men are not able to have sex in moderation, because when they don't have it, they feel like something is missing, or they feel unloved, or they feel like they gotta have it. And women know that, and so women use sex to control the man. That's sex and food. She knows that you are addicted to her for the sex, and so she'll use that against you by not giving it to you, which makes you want it more, or controlling you with it. So it's no such thing as doing it in moderation.
Well, what if you can do it in moderation? Like me, for example, I have sex in moderation, right? I'm not addicted to sex. I have sex twice a week. I don't need it. I don't really care, but it's fun for me to do it. So for someone like me who can have sex in moderation, would you then say it's okay?
Well, I could. If you could go without it for a year, then you can do it in moderation. But if you can't go without it, there's no such thing as moderation.
But why would I want to go without it for a year?
Why do you? Because you want to have self-control. You want to be addicted to anybody or anything that you can't do without.
It's like saying, why don't you go a year without hanging out with your friends? I could do it, but I like my friends and I like spending time with them. It's a key part of the human experience is bonding with other people. Another key part of the human experience is having sex. So yeah, I could go a year without talking to my friends. I just don't want to. It's the same thing as sex. I could do it. I just don't want to. There's no reason. There's nothing that it benefits me. If you give me $10 million to not have sex for a year, I'll do it. But unless there's a strong incentive, why would I want to do it?
How about to do it so that you have self-control? Why do you need to bond with friends or anyone? There's no reason. As a matter of fact, I would advise you not to bond with anyone, because that's what happened through sex. You bond with the woman, and now she has control over you, and she has a love-hate thing going on with you, because she knows that you don't really care about her, so she hates that because you're weak. And then she knows that if you stop doing it, she doesn't have control over you, because women, they love control, but they hate control. They need the man to be in order so that he can bring her out of the hell that she's living in. Women are living in hell because they live in their imagination and emotions, and there's nothing good about that. And they need their fathers to keep them out of there when they're little kids, and they need their husband to bring them completely out of it.
Jesse, where do you put all of this stuff? Women are living in hell? Like, you think all women are living in hell?
Yes. Until they forgive their mothers for turning them away from their fathers. You know, God said that we must be born. All people who are born of the flesh, all those who come through the woman are dying, but those who are born of the spirit of the Father are living. So we have to overcome that fallen nature of the woman and return to the living nature of the Father. And so all women and men are coming to hell, but the hell come through the woman.
Yeah, but okay, so you said earlier that that the woman knows when you're having sex with her that you don't actually care about her. But what if you care about the woman? For example, I care about my girlfriend deeply, right? So in a situation, so when you say in a situation where you care about the girl, but you're not married, is it okay to have sex then?
If you care about her, you wouldn't have sex with her until you married her. That way you can bring her into your world rather than going into her world. And women will I know women are like sluts now. Most women are sluts, and men are slut makers. But most women would rather wait until marriage. But and if the man truly loved her in the way that he should love her, he will wait until he marry her and bring her into his world. But if you're having sex with her before marriage, it's a sign of not loving her.
Yeah, it's just fundamentally not true that all women won't prefer to wait until marriage to have sex. So, like, there's a small percentage of women prefer that. The vast majority of women don't need to wait until marriage. They just want to have sex with a guy they feel comfortable with. So that's just like fundamentally not a true assumption that most women prefer to wait until marriage.
Well, I said it's not true today because most women are sluts today. And they know that sex is their strongest drug that they can use against the man. And they see how desperate the men are for sex. And so they're using their body. That's why they walk around half naked and these little tight things on, because they'll walk around as sex dealers. But it's not that they're into it as much as the man, but they'll do it just to have control over you.
You don't think a woman can be into sex as much as a man?
Once she can, yeah, she can, in that she'll use it against you to control you with it, but she'll prefer not to.
But you don't think just for the act, like let's just take control outside the picture, you don't think a woman could just enjoy the act of sex as much as man?
I mean, they can today because they're not in their natural state of being. They've been made to be sluts, and so they can, but it still won't have the same meaning that men have when they have sex.
Jesse, when you're watching a porno, who's screaming at the top of their lungs? Is it the guy or the girl? It's the girl who's like, oh! It's not the guy. It's not the guy that's screaming. That to me is pretty clear evidence that the woman is enjoying sex way more than the guy.
You know why she's screaming?
Because she's coming.
No, she's doing it. She's screaming like that to make you think that you're doing a good job. It's all an act. She's acting out, but she could be really bored with it. But she'll scream just to deceive you, in order to control you, to make you think that you're doing an amazing job. But it's just to build your ego so she can maintain control over you.
But why do you think women can't enjoy sex for the act of itself? Like, I don't know. Like, every girl I ever had sex with is, like, super into it. Like, I don't know if you've had some bad experiences in the past, but every girl I've ever fucked was, like, really into it. Where does this idea coming from that women can't enjoy sex? Like, what do you base that on?
Because, in all honesty, the only purpose of sex is to make babies, to get married and make babies. And if you don't want babies, there's no reason to have sex. If it wasn't for sex, men wouldn't have anything to do with women. They only want to be with them for sex because the woman is their God, and they need to have some of God's false love. But they don't really care about the woman; they just care about the sex.
So you would say I don't really care about my girlfriend, like I'm just pretending.
That's right. You don't really care about her. You just care about the sex and the feel-good feeling that you can get from her. And that's why you're up and down. Some days you feel good with it, some days you don't. And likewise with you, when you with her, when she's angry, she'll have sex to make herself feel better. As soon as the sex is done, now she's back to her being angry again or being out of control. I'm telling you, it's like a need for drugs. It's not about love at all.
It doesn't need to be about love, but sometimes it is. I mean, I think you have a very outdated view of sex, where you think that women aren't really enjoying sex and it's like a power play. And I will concede that sometimes women can use sex as a tool of manipulation. That's not always the case. The vast majority of the time, women are having sex because they enjoy sex, because it's fun, it's a good activity, it feels good. That's the point of human experience, is to do things that make you happy and enjoy happiness. I don't think it's like has to be about power and control all the time.
We should be seeking happiness. We should be seeking peace and not happiness, because happiness comes and goes because it's a fake. It's an evil emotion, and there's no real life in happiness. And so that's why you have to keep going back to her to get your fix, because you lose that feeling of happiness, and now you feel angry or empty or like something is missing. So you go back to her to get that fix again, and now you feel happy, and she does the same thing with you, and then in a few days, that fake happiness wears off. Now you gotta go back to your to get the fix again, because it's not the real deal.
Okay, do you think sex is like normal and natural? Like, do you think it's a natural part of the human experience?
It's a normal, natural thing if you want to create children. But if you don't want to create children, there's no need for it.
But you can have sex without having kids. I mean, there's a reason why we evolved to have sex feel so good, right? Like, if it was just for having children, then there's no need for it to feel that good, right? So there's clearly something more to it than just like fucking having a kid. There's some kind of pleasure. There's a reason why we can say God or evolution or whatever it is that you believe in. Why we evolved for sex to feel so good. Like, there's got to be something more to it than kids.
Well, you haven't evolved, you have devolved. You've fallen away from yourself into a fallen state. And so you look for pleasure to make yourself feel better, because you are devolving, you're dying and not living. If man had never fallen away from what is right, you could not even have sex. It would be impossible, because you have perfect peace. And if you have perfect peace, there's no need for anything else. So you're not evolving, you're devolving when you have sex.
Here's one thing I don't get about you, Jesse. So you're kind of on the right. You realize that there's problems with the state, and you say that there's a lot of issues and blah blah blah, which I kind of agree with you on, right? But you know that marriage can be very horrible for men. Like, if you get a woman who divorces you, she can take all your money. So why would you want to encourage men to get married? Wouldn't you want to do the opposite? Wouldn't you say, have sex and don't get married? Like, shouldn't the approach be the opposite?
I would say stop seeking pleasure. Then you wouldn't have sex before marriage, and you don't. Men have to overcome the woman. The woman is the man's God, right? And so he's trying to get something from God. It's God, the man's God. And Satan is the woman's God. And so what I would say is not to have, because I made a baby out of wedlock too. Fortunately, I didn't have to go through all that child care stuff, because during those days, women were not into taking men to court and making them pay and all that kind of stuff, right? But it's best, if you want a family, it's best to wait until you get married, and don't look for a woman. You look for what is right, overcome that fallen state. And if it's meant for you to get married, the right woman will come along, and you would get with her the right way, and there would be no divorce. You would be together until death do you part. But men are marrying the wrong woman based on sex and not on true love. But that's why, so they end up marrying the devil, and they end up kicking hell the rest of their life.
But if we acknowledge the fact that marriage ends so poorly for so many men, then why would you even want to encourage men to get married if 50% of marriages end in divorce, 80% of marriages the woman initiates divorce? Why would you want to encourage men to do that?
That's a good question. Well, I want them to. I recommend that they get married only if they want to start a family, right? If they want children. If you're not going to have children, there's no reason to get married. because a family is one man, one woman, and children. If you're not going to have children, there's no reason to get married. And I encourage them to overcome the wrong need for the woman, so that when they do get married, they won't be controlled by the woman. They will control the woman. She will not control them. And a woman that is being controlled by her man in the right way, being controlled by her husband, would never leave, because that's what she desires, is to be led by the man and not the man to follow her. Just that most men are really weak now, and they end up following the woman, and all that does is create problem, because as you know, every time the man listens to the woman, he suffers. A man should never, ever, ever listen to a woman. And boy, these men think backwards now, and they're listening to the woman, so they end up with the wrong woman, and that's why they're catching so much hell.
Yeah, I would agree with most of what you said. We have a question from the audience. Alex, can you ask him if there are any great things of women, or you're really only with sex?
Can you ask what now? I'm sorry.
Are there any great things about women, or are they only worth it for the sex?
If you find the right one, if you want a family, it'll be good. You know, they're good to have families, in that they will stay home, they will watch over your children, they will clean your house, prepare you meals, do things like that, and then love you in the right way, because you love what's right, and she loves you and follow you. That would be amazing.
All the things you mentioned, though, are super basic, like the house, like cook the food. You can hire people to do all that. I have a cleaning lady. I have a meal prep company. I think there's something a lot more that a woman can bring you than just like basic manual labor, right? You can
like what is that?
What can she bring you? She can bring you a sense of companionship. She can be your closest ally. She can help you walk, with life whenever you have issues. Like for example, my girlfriend, she gives me so many ideas for my business. Whenever I have a moment where I'm struggling, she helps me. She's always there for me. She helps do research for me. Like my closest ally. Like that to me is worth so much more than just her like cleaning my house, which I can pay $80 for.
But if you were married to her, you would you wouldn't be able to use her in that way, because you would need her to watch over your children for you. And it's a lot being married, staying home, raising the man's children, making sure that they get homeschooled and fed and things like that. Children need the mother to be home with them and not hauling them off to some daycare center or babysitter and all that kind of crap. That's why God created the woman and the man, so that the woman can be the help to the man in raising his family.
I mean, I sort of agree with you on that. Yeah, I think if you are having kids, it is definitely beneficial if the mother is there for the kids. So yeah,
right.
I agree with that part. But
and a woman that overcomes her mother and love her father would be happy to be a woman. I meet them all the time now. They go and forgive their mothers for turning them against their fathers, away from their fathers, and they forgive their fathers for not protecting them from the mother. And they realize, wow, it's nice to be a woman. I don't need to be in competition with a man. And so they love being a woman and being a wife and a mother. But a woman who has not overcome the fallen state, she'll be unhappy being in her natural state of being a wife and a mother.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I think you have a really outdated way of looking at like sex and relationships. But
when you say outdated, what do you mean outdated?
Meaning like 100 years ago, it was a common thought that like, oh, sex is something for the man, right? We lived in kind of like Victorian times, but nowadays I think most people realize that sex is really, really fun for the woman too, and it's a mutual experience. It's not just something like I take sex from the girl. It's like we're both doing something that's fun.
But it's not. Sex is not. I mean, what I'm telling you, when life was operated in that way, we had families. Type families.
Come on, motherfucker.
The grandparents were around.
Come on, motherfucker. When you got that ass
family, but when you change that order and make
women
feel like they're the same as a man, have the same rights and all that crap.
Come on, but you got that ass.
Look what's happening now when you get married and things like that. Because the woman has been, her ego has been deceived and making her think that she's equal to a man and she's not.
Oh, that's so. What you don't think, like, when you say a woman is not equal to a man, what do you mean specifically?
Your mother.
Men were created to lead, and women were created to follow. It's not in her nature to lead; it's in her nature to follow. And men were created to follow God, follow what's right, and the woman was made to follow the man. But because the woman has been made to feel like she's equal to a man, it's hard to find a decent woman that you can really marry and start a family with, one that will obey her husband.
Is that a general statement or an absolute statement when you say that women were created to follow? Are you talking about generality or are you talking about like absolutely?
Absolutely. Every woman on this side of heaven were created to follow and not lead. Look at the family when the woman is leading in the family. The kids end up becoming alcoholics and drug addicts and gang members and thugs and all kind of stuff. Hating themselves and their fellow man. It's a mess. Look at the black ones. I'm sure you see what a mess black people in, right?
Yeah, some of them for sure. But I think going back,
most of them.
I mean, I would agree that generally that's true. Like generally, men follow and women lead. However, there's so many exceptions to that. Like we're on YouTube right now. You know the CEO of YouTube, Susan, is a woman, right?
What a mess.
YouTube? Are you kidding me, dude? It's one of the most profitable platforms ever.
But that doesn't mean success, though.
You don't think YouTube is a success?
Anybody can make money, but they can't lead.
But you don't think YouTube is a successful company?
Well, I don't know what you mean. I don't know because I don't know the depths of YouTube. You know what I mean? But even if you do have a woman as doing that, she's not as good at it as a man would be because it's not in her nature.
I mean, I don't know, man. I feel like YouTube is a pretty big, successful company. It's led by a woman. It was actually a woman's idea for YouTube to be bought out by Google, this Susan chick.
Do you think that women were created to lead?
I think overwhelmingly, men tend to make better leaders. However, I think there's plenty of good female leaders out there. I think that human beings are very dynamic and variable people, and some of us have different qualities. But I think if we do an overall average, yes, I would say that a man makes on average a better leader because they're more assertive, they have testosterone. But there's not to say there's not some great.
And they're not as emotional and mental.
Yeah, there's some men over there very emotional too. I don't know, man.
That's because they have not overcome their mothers. A mental man has the nature of his mother. That's why he has to be returned to the father. He must be born of the father so he can overcome that emotional stuff. It's like with the blacks, all this violence that you see coming from them right now, robbing and raping and murdering and stealing and killing and begging for affirmative action and reparation. That and joining gangs and things like that. That's the anger of the mother that has made a home in the boys and the girls, the adults. Young and old. It's not natural for a man to be angry like that. It's an unnatural state for them.
Usually people get angry because that's trauma and insecurities.
And so look at the trauma that the black woman has brought upon the black children, right? Because she didn't have the man there to lead her in how to raise the children. And he wasn't there to protect her, the children from her anger. And so they have destroyed the kids, and now they call it racism and all type of isms, and it's not ism. It's a spiritual battle between good and evil, wrong versus right. How do you deal with your girlfriend's anger when she's just mad about nothing?
Well, my girlfriend doesn't do that. Like, I picked a very good girl, so she doesn't get mad about nothing.
Do you correct her when she's wrong?
Yeah, but it's not like she's wrong often. But yeah, if she says something I disagree with, yeah, I tell her that I think she's wrong.
Will you correct her when she's wrong? How does she deal with it?
She usually listens to me, and then we have a conversation.
She does?
Yeah.
Oh, you must be doing it very softly. Honey, would you please go sit down?
Well, I mean, she's not like a child. I don't tell her to sit down. But
I just use that as an example.
She's not like a dog. I'm like, sit, good girl. Like, yeah, I'll treat her like a dog. But yeah, if we have like a disagreement over something, which we don't always do, I mean, yeah, I'll speak to her like I would speak to one of my friends. I speak to her calmly and normally. I mean, I think that's much better than like yelling, which just doesn't lead to anything good.
Amazing.
Why? How would you speak to like a girl? Would you be like, "You dumb man, sit over there"? Like you think that would be a more effective style?
No, I mean, you don't need to yell to lead, but you need to guide her because women need men to guide them in the right way to go. Do you ever listen to her?
Yeah, I listen when she talks.
So you follow her at times?
When she has a good idea, sure.
Really? That's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, like, my girlfriend has good ideas. Like, yeah, if she has a good idea, like, and she's like, oh, babe, I have a good idea. Let's do this. I'm not going to be like, oh, you're a woman. We can't do anything you ever said. Like, I'm like, oh, that's a good idea.
An idea is not leadership. I mean, of course they can have ideas about things, but that's not what it means to lead. You mentioned the person that is the CEO of Google or YouTube. She could have ideas about, oh, let's make this way or that way, but that's not what leadership is.
Well, what are your ideas of leadership? Like, how would a girlfriend lead her boyfriend?
She can't.
Okay, well, like, give me an example of how a woman would try to lead her man.
By telling him how to think, how he should act, encouraging him to be emotional because women think emotions are good, not realizing that it's evil, it's not good. She would, if she want to move to Florida or New York, but he lives in California, has a job and everything, and she said, well, I have a job in New York, I gotta move, and he give it, and you gotta come with me. If he decides to drop his job and give up his life to follow her, that's bad leadership because he will regret it.
Oh, yeah, well, I would just consider that being a shitty girlfriend. Yeah, my girlfriend doesn't do any of that, but I think we're defining leadership in totally different ways. But yeah, like,
and also,
doesn't try to get me to change how I think. I do, one thing you said that's interesting, you said emotions are bad?
Yes. Emotions are evil. Yeah, emotions are evil.
You really think emotions are evil?
Without a doubt.
You don't think that's just part of being human? Is having emotions?
Well, human nature is evil. That's why you must be born of the nature of God, because human nature is the nature of the devil, of evil, right? And that's why you have to overcome the anger so you can overcome that emotional stuff. God is a dispassionate God, and the devil is a passionate God. And so everyone, I don't care how rich, how poor, whatever color, male or female, everyone that has anger has those emotions that come straight out of hell, but they think it's them. They have identified with it as them. And even though they're miserable living that way, they work hard to maintain happiness, and then they're up and down because all emotions are anger. All emotions are evil.
So you're saying you don't have emotions?
I have it a little bit still, but I'm overcoming it, right? Because I realize that it's an ego nature. And once your heart is changed by God from anger to love, He will destroy the ego nature, give you a clear mind, and get rid of all those emotions. Because if you notice, an emotional person, they think and then they feel. You can't have those emotions unless you have thoughts, right? You think of something good, now you feel good. You think of something bad, now you feel bad. Your thoughts give you ideas of what to do to make yourself feel better. You do it. Then the thoughts give you ideas of what to do to make yourself feel bad. Now you feel bad. And after a while, you want to jump off a bridge because you're an emotional, evil person.
It just sounds like you're repressing your own emotions, which I don't think is good for you.
What do you mean?
Like, you're saying, like, I'm working on, like, getting rid of my emotions. You can't get rid of emotions. That's like getting rid of grieving. It's part of the human experience. And if you suppress your emotions, you don't let them, like, actually, like, whatever, like, you will actually let them manifest. I'm not saying you should be dictated by your emotions, but if you suppress your emotions, that's not going to be good for you in the long term. That's harmful for your mental well-being.
I'm having the best time of my life as I overcome the ego, and it's not me, but that nature,
I'm gonna let Virginia have one.
All thoughts are all lies, all the time about anything, right?
Yeah.
You get the thoughts and the feelings. I'm overcoming that, and as a result of overcoming that, I'm having the best time of my life.
Just North Carolina, they used to championship with them vans.
Places of things. It's not based on what I have or don't have. There's no comparing to anyone. I'm just able to be myself without having to be in competition or trying to find love or anything from anyone or anything. If you really want to have an amazing life, a peaceful life, you have to overcome the ego nature, because the ego nature is not good.
Yeah, I agree. You shouldn't be led by your ego, but that's not the same thing as saying that you can overcome emotions. That's like overcoming grieving. Like emotions are part of being human. Would you say, okay, Jesse, would you say that there's an element of sexual repression that's going on with you?
No, not at all. I'm telling you, and I know that you probably don't understand what I'm saying.
No, I understand.
You do understand about that emotions are not good.
No, that part you're completely losing me on how emotions aren't good. Emotions are part of the human experience. They're not good or bad. It's like breathing. It's not good or bad. It's part of what makes you human. That's like saying dreaming isn't good or bad. It's just what you do.
When you say emotions are good, did you say it's neither good nor bad?
Yeah, they're neither good or bad.
What do you mean by that? Why are people feeling good and feeling bad, feeling good and feeling bad if it's not good or bad?
We evolved to have emotions so that we can use them to, for example, let's say we're in a situation where there's a bunch of people and someone attacks me, right? We have the emotion of anger so we can defend ourselves. Let's say, for example, someone does something really nice for you. We have the emotion of happiness or bonding, right? So that we can basically say, okay, well, like that person did something good for me. Let's say something really bad happens to you, and like your mom dies. That's like you have the emotion of sadness, right? That's like, oh shit. Like emotions are just a natural part of being a human, and you can't repress them. There's like no way that's possible. You can't get rid of emotions either.
You can't do it of yourself because it's a spiritual battle. And if emotions were good, why do you think there's so much violence in the world today, and suicide, drugs, overdose, and all those things, wars and things like that? If emotions are good, why do you think all this evil stuff is happening?
Oh, I didn't say they were good. I said they're not neither good or bad.
Well, there has to be a good or bad, or right or wrong.
Would you say breathing is good or bad?
What now?
Would you say breathing is good or bad?
Breathing is natural.
Exactly. So are emotions.
Emotions are unnatural.
You really think emotions are unnatural? Like you don't think?
Yeah, it's a natural, unnatural state of being. If emotions were good, why do people work so hard to maintain that, and it never works?
Maintain what?
So-called good emotions.
Because emotions feel good. Good emotions feel good. Bad emotions feel bad.
I know I forgot
why not overcome it and not let your life be based on feelings at all?
Hold on.
Because that's like saying, why don't you overcome breathing? Why do you need to rely on oxygen? Because you cannot overcome something that's part of the human nature. That's like, why don't you overcome going to the toilet? Like, why do you waste so much time taking a shit? Why don't you try to overcome so you never have to take a shit again? Like, you can't do that. All you're going to do is wind up holding it in for 2 hours or for 2 days, and then you're going to get diarrhea and shit your pants, right? You can't overcome. And it's the same thing that happens with emotions. It's not going to be 2 days, maybe it'll be a few months or a few years, but eventually those emotions will explode out of you.
But you can't compare. You can because you just did. So there is no comparison between breathing and emotions.
The comparison is the natural part of the human experience.
So why when these people go to these dumb psychologists and psychiatrists and counselors and things like that, why if emotions are neither good nor bad, why are they given antidepressant pills and pills that make you feel good, make you feel bad? Why do they call it post-traumatic stress disorder and all that if emotions was neither good nor bad?
Because some people have a brain imbalance and some people are going through a really hard time and they use SSRIs to help people feel better. I'm not like the biggest advocate of like fucking antidepressants, but yeah, I think sometimes their use is warranted if someone was like really depressed because they had something bad happen. Like for example, I can tell you with my mom, when our dog died, my mom was really, really sad. She went to a psychiatrist, she couldn't get over it, and they gave her an SSRI. A few years later, she got over it and then she got off the SSRI. So yeah, I think sometimes the use of SSRIs can be warranted when people have a brain imbalance or they're feeling too much more sadness than they can handle.
You said when her dog died?
Yeah, our family dog, yeah.
Well, why was she so into a dog that it would have that kind of effect on her? What was missing in her life that she tried to get it from the dog? Who let the dogs out?
I think he was missing. Have you ever had a dog, Jesse?
Yes.
You didn't find it sad when your dog passed away?
No.
So you weren't sad when your dog died?
I remember as a kid, I had a dog, and I do, when I reflect on that, I do remember as a kid my dog died, and I felt no sad. But when I had a dog as an adult, I've never felt sad about a dog dying. It's just a dog. Dogs don't have love, they don't give love, and so it was just a dog. It was a pet. It wasn't a comforter.
It's one of the saddest things I've ever heard, man. If my dog passed away, I would be devastated. Like, you didn't have any kind of bond with your dog?
No, not like that. I enjoyed the dog. I went hunting with the dog. I enjoyed the dog, but not bonding with an animal. That doesn't make sense. You know something wrong with you if you bonding with an animal. And animals don't have love. Why would you bond with a loveless animal?
Yeah, they do, dude. Dogs are the most loving, loyal creatures ever.
Why is that?
You can just see it. Like, if you have a dog that you have a close bond with, my dog just follows me around. It hugs me. It, like, sits on my shoulder. You can tell the dog loves you.
But no, that's because you're making the dog feel good in that you're taking care of the dog. But anyone that think that they're getting love from a dog or a cat or a rabbit or whatever, it's only because they lack love. They don't have love, so they have a false idea that they're getting love from an animal. Sometimes I see, it's so bad, man. It's so bad that I see people not bringing dogs on airplanes. I'm like, look at that dummy. Why would the airline allow them to bring their animals on the airplane? You know what I mean? So they say it's a comfort dog or something. But the person feel crazy, even though they have the dog with them, they're still mentally and emotionally insane.
So you didn't feel any sadness when your dog died? Not at all when you were a dog?
No.
That's crazy, man.
But when I was growing up, we didn't bond with dogs. That's something new, I think. That's because there's no love in families. There's no love now. And so the people trying to find, and I think white people do bond with their dogs more so, or cats, than black people do, because I notice in my neighborhood, I see a lot of white women walking around with dogs and things like that, and they have a false sense of happiness. You can see that they're still miserable, but they have a false sense of happiness rather than real happiness.
Okay, would you be sad if one of your friends died?
Maybe for a minute, but not. I wouldn't drool over it. You know what I'm saying?
It just sounds like you've created this really weird type of space in your mind where you just suppress sadness. I don't think that's good for you. You should be sad if your friend dies. You should be sad if your dog dies.
I probably would be sad for a minute, but it wouldn't go on for days and weeks.
Just for a minute? If your closest friend died, you would be sad just for a minute?
I'd give it 24 hours, something like that.
24 hours, really? If like your closest friend dies, you're just sad for 24 hours?
Well, why should I be sad after that?
Because it was a human being who you had a very strong connection with.
But the human being is God.
You're right, but you still have that bond that's missing. Like, you should go through the grieving process. I would say that if you don't feel sad when one of your closest friends dies, then you are a sociopath. Because anyone else who's like actually like a healthy human being would feel a lot of sadness over that. I'm not saying you should dedicate the rest of your life to crying over your friend, but there should be a significant amount of sadness. And if you don't feel that, then there's like something going on with your brain.
Well, like I said, I would be sad for 24 hours, maybe a day or so, but that's about it, right? And I'll tell you an amazing story. You want to hear an amazing story about death and dying? About sadness and dying?
Yeah, go ahead.
So my father expired a couple of years ago, right? And my father and I were tight. We became very tight. And I love my father. My father loved me. I had no more anger toward him or anything. And so when my father expired, I didn't even feel like he died. It seemed like he had not expired. I can see that his body has no life in it. And so had the funeral of my brother. Some of my brothers and sisters were tripping out, crying, carrying on, really out of it. And I realized that they were feeling that way because they never forgave my father. They had this anger. So when he died, they felt guilty. Because if you notice, when human beings die, whether it's your daddy, your mama, your friend, your sister, your brother, these people are not crying over the person that died. They're crying over their own ego self. It's about them. It's not about the person that died, because the person is gone. The person is dead. But when people carry on about a dead person, it's about them and not about the dead person. Because when my father died, I didn't carry on. I didn't cry. I didn't act that way because I loved him. I didn't resent him. People with anger carry on it. When someone died and 50 days gone by, they still crying over mama or daddy or a cat or a dog. It's all about themselves. It's not about the dead.
What if your son died? How long would you be sad for?
Same thing.
24 hours?
I give it maybe 20, 25.
Just okay, so the son gets an extra hour, right?
Yeah.
Wait, are you trolling or are you serious? You would only be sad for 25 hours if your son died?
Yeah. What's the purpose? What's the purpose of being sad after that? Because sadness leads to depression. If you're sad too long, it leads to depression. You realize you had an amazing time. The person is gone. May their soul rest in peace, and you move on with life. I have grandkids, great grandkids, right? And I enjoy hanging out with them and blah blah blah. But I'm not bonding with them, so if something should happen, I have to lose my life too.
It just sounds like you've completely cut yourself off from your emotions.
Well, I haven't cut myself off. Emotions are ego. And when the ego dies, the emotion disappears as well. And now you have real love for all people, no matter what.
Yeah, but I think like 99% of people would tell you that there's something wrong, that if your son passes away, you're only sad for like 25 hours. That's not really like a normal sense of, not a normal, I guess, mental whatever place to be in. Is where you like experience, where you like just, my son died, but it's okay. I'm just going with my life. It's cool. Yeah, we had some good times.
Normal based on what?
Based on like 99.9% of human beings and how they operate.
Well, that's because 99.9% of human beings are in a fallen state. They have fallen away from God and have turned away from their earthly fathers. And so they're out in the wilderness looking for something to make themselves feel good. And so they attach themselves to the first thing that comes along. But that's not love. They're never going to find peace. That's why you have to overcome the fallen state if you want to have a peaceful life. You can live in this world and have total peace, but you got to overcome the fallen state. But that doesn't mean you won't have friends and family and things like that. But you won't be attached to them in a way that if you should lose them, you lose your life.
Yeah, my assessment, honestly, is that you've just cut off yourself. You've become emotionally repressed and sexually repressed. You've just cut yourself off from everything that makes you human. I don't know how that's a good thing, though.
But those things, I just told you, though, human nature is evil. Human nature is not about love, it's about hate. Have you noticed that? Do you think human beings have love?
Yeah, of course.
Where's the proof that they have love?
Where's what?
Where's the proof that they have love?
You see selfless acts. Mothers do selfless acts for their kids.
No,
brother. You don't see that?
Mothers do not do selfless acts.
My mother did.
Mothers are the most ego-driven people on this side of heaven. Why do you think that when their sons grow of age, 18 and older, they're ready to leave home, but the mother won't let them? Oh, you need to stay home and make money. Oh, you need to save this and save that. Do it this way or that way, right? Or if the son said, no, I'm leaving, and the mother get mad, you don't love me. All the things I've done for you, now you want to leave. And God forbid if the son get married, all of a sudden the mama want to move in, and she'll destroy her son's marriage because of her jealousy of his wife. And she'll find some reason, I want to be with the grandkids. She'll run her husband off to be with the son. She'll make him her husband because she's an ego-driven person. It's not about the son or daughter, it's about her.
Did you have a bad relationship with your mother?
No.
You had a good one?
My mother, if you saw my mother, good Christian woman, she dead now. She dead. But she, the only thing that my mother did wrong, as most mothers do, is try to turn the children away from the fathers because of the jealousy. The worst thing that can happen to children for a woman, the mother, is for them to love their father over her. Mothers can't stand it when boys and girls love their fathers, so they'll turn them away, right? My mother did that, but other than that, everything was fine.
But your mother did try to turn you away from your father, right?
You know, she resented my father.
Oh, okay.
And so she didn't like all women do. All women resent the children's father.
No, Jesse, hang on a second. Yeah, okay, this makes sense now. I think you're just projecting your experience because my mother didn't do that. Most of the people I know, their mothers didn't do that. My mom had a great relationship with my dad. So I think you're projecting what happened in your family just onto the world.
It happened to all families in one way or another. You just haven't paid attention to it to see. But women,
in my family.
So what?
It never happened in my family. I had a great mom who was super supportive.
I get calls every day from around the country and some from around the world. It doesn't matter the language, male or female, the money they have or don't have. You're right, Jesse. I resent my mother. I just didn't know I resented my mother. I thought I loved my mother, but that emotion that they felt for the mother comes from anger. And they are afraid to tell their mothers. I said, okay, go and apologize. Your mother could not help herself, right? I said, go and forgive her for what she's done. Most of them are afraid to do it because they have the wrong type of love. They have resentment toward their mothers and not love. They think that emotion that they feel. And the mother makes them feel guilty because I had you, I took care of you, I raised you, I was there for this, that kind of thing, right? So they feel like they owe their mother something, not realizing that they resent their mothers because you don't owe your mother anything. Your mother and your father had you, they decided to make a baby, they took care of you. That's what parents are supposed to do. Not with the idea that you're going to take care of them.
Yeah, I understand that it happens, and I'm sure that people come to you telling their story. It's the same reason why a lot of people email me and say, oh, Alex, I have a horrible Tinder profile. But that is because there's a sample bias going on, because I talk about Tinder on my channel, so people come to me when they have bad Tinder profiles. You talk about bad relationship with the mothers, so of course people who have bad relationship with their mothers will come to you. The people who have a good relationship with their mothers, why would they come to you? Like,
so I'm saying they have good relationship, but they come to me too. And then they realize that they don't have good relationship with their mother.
So do you think it's impossible that someone would have a mother?
And again, I've talked with callers from around the world. I counsel with them, by Skype, or some come into the office or by phone. It's the same story everywhere. Every gender, every culture, every religion, every language. The devil talks to everybody with about the same lie.
Do you think it's impossible that someone could have a mother who does not turn them against their dad?
Only if the mother has overcome her anger, forgiven her mother and forgiven her father, then that's possible. But if she has not done that, then it's impossible.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I guess my mother then overcame her mother because I never had any of that. My mom definitely did not try to turn me against my dad or anything like that. Okay. I want to change gears a little bit. So I was doing a good amount of research about you, and this just kept coming up and up and up and up over and over again. And those are like the allegations. Like people kept saying, "Oh, Jesse, had a scandal with this guy or that guy." Why are there so many allegations against you?
If I were you, I would not get into gossip. That's a woman's nature. So I don't get into gossip. Don't deal in gossip. I would do that, right? Because people tell me things about you and other folks, but I tell them to go to the person and forgive them and move on with your life and stay out of other people's business.
Yeah, but it seems like there was just like so many people.
I don't care if the whole world is. It doesn't matter.
But why are there so many people like coming out?
You have to go to them. I told you I'm not going to do that. So you're not going to pull me down that road. You talk to them if you want more information about it.
Well, I want to ask you though.
And you said that you were not going to even ask me about this.
I never said that.
Yes, you did. You said that when I wanted to talk to you about it, I'll let you know.
I never said that. I never said that.
When I was on your show, when you was on my show?
No, we're not have this discussion.
Yeah. But I'm not going to discuss it with you.
Okay.
Because it's not your business, first of all. And it wouldn't do you any good. It'll just make your ego, because it seems that you love gossip, it will make your ego feel good. But it wouldn't do anything good for you.
No, but it kind of ties into the main argument. So my argument is that I think that you have cut off in your emotions and you've become repressed. And it kind of makes sense that if you become very sexually repressed, that manifests in like really weird ways, right? Like you see this all the time in the Catholic Church. Like you see like all the priests who go like celibate for their whole life, and then they get into all these scandals, right? So I think that like that would totally make sense and explain why you feel the way you do and why you become so repressed.
Okay, if you want to believe that, there's nothing I can do about it. Believe what you want. You can't once a person believes a lie, you can't convince them that it's a lie. So believe what you want about that, man. I have no response to you for that.
So you would say all those people...
I just told you, do you hear me?
I'm trying to hear it. So you would say all those...
You don't act like you hear me.
I definitely hear you, bro.
I told you I'm not getting into gossip with you. You call them and ask them about if you love gossip, you're talking to the wrong person.
It just sounds like you're trying to deflect, Jesse. Did he just drop off? You rage quit. I had a feeling that was going to happen. Oh, there you are.
They line up with the 8.
What are you doing, Jesse? Are you on the show? Nope, he's quitting. Nope, he's here. Hello? Nope, he's quitting. Oh, he's done. I had a feeling he was going to rage quit. Yeah, I felt like I would be doing a disservice to my audience and to like the truth if I didn't bring it up. I try to do it in a respectful way, but yeah, he like ran away from that, which just makes me think that there's something going on there. Like when I was doing research on him before this, and there's just so many allegations. Like it was his, like I wrote this down because it was just like way too many. I think it was 1 or 2. I was like, okay, maybe this is just people talking shit. But it was like his co-host who he was very close with. It was this guy Samuel, Trayvon Chapman, Arlen Martin Francis. There was like his Twitter at one point, like the gay pornography post. And there was so many videos of people like publicly confronting him about this. And the fact that he runs away from it so hard just makes me think that it's true. Because if you accuse me of something, if you're like, Alex, like you're like whatever, you're involved in the scandal, I'll be like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, show me the evidence, right? Like, I wouldn't run away from it. To me, it would be like funny. But yeah, the fact that he like runs away from it so hard just makes me think it's all true. And honestly, it's all like, and it all makes sense, right? Because you have a guy who's completely cut himself off from his emotions, right? Who's extremely sexually repressed and tries to shame people for engaging in something that's normal. And then he has all these scandals, so of course it makes sense. Like a typical like hypocrite, like that's just like saying one thing and doing another. So yeah, it all makes sense. He just totally like rage quit and just like ran away from that. He just hides behind like religion and all that stuff. That was pretty funny watching him like rage quit though. Yeah. He's gonna be probably so right after this, but yeah, also it's really weird because I was watching videos and like the people who are alleged, again, this is all alleged, right? But when there's some people that allege this against him, and these are people who come publicly and showed the face. They confronted him about this on the street. They're like, Jesse, why do you do this to me?
I'm gonna do that.
Low hold, low shine.
Go back.
I'm Bass Reeves, Deputy U.S. Marshal.
Damn it. Go back.
Do this to me. They have the camera and what's it called? And he ran away from that too. So it kind of makes sense that he's going to run away from this as well. It's just like when you run away from something, all you're doing is proving that whatever people are saying is true, right? So that's pretty funny. He rage quit. I mean, yeah, this is maybe he's a nice guy, but although the stuff he says is just like so messed up. Like, I didn't feel any sadness when my dog died. Like, are you fucking human? Like, are you a sociopath or something? I would only feel sadness for 25 hours if my son died. Like, what the hell is wrong with you, dude? Like, are you okay mentally? Like, this is like a man of God, Like, this is just like a really sick, twisted human individual who's cut himself off from his emotions, and they manifest in like really, really weird ways. Yeah, people are saying he asked you to stop talking about it. Yeah, but I'm not gonna. It's my show, and I'm gonna press the issue until I get a satisfactory answer. So no one's gonna tell me on my show to like, oh, we can't talk about this. I never promised I wasn't gonna bring it up, right? It would be different if I did. And yeah, I think it directly ties into the argument. And honestly, there's too many allegations for me not to bring it up. If it was like one or two people, then okay, maybe it's just false. It's been like 7 or 8 people, like people just coming forward. So this was pretty funny. I'm sure God will be very pleased with this. Okay, let's see what questions we have. I'll read the questions for a little bit. I got to press the issue to be clipped because I'm getting crushed. Oh, yeah, I was totally getting crushed. Yeah, like, for sure.
This year, and I'm sure the fans and students will enjoy it just as much as the players. They were the better team today.
Alex, what's your dog's name? It's a great dog. All the allegations. Bro, seriously, can you stop? You're making Joe be emotional right now. No, man. He's going to feel emotions. All the JLP users in your clothing to lose your mail. Yeah. I missed the drama while painting the pentagram. What's the accusation? The accusation is that he's had like a whole bunch of men he's had sex with. Again, allegedly. But there's so many. Like, I've been in this space for 5 years. I've never had one allegation against me. Well, one allegation doesn't mean much. But imagine if there's like 7 or 8 allegations, and then at one point, your Twitter, you like a gay porn page, and that's like there for several hours. Like, no. Okay, what else do we have? I'd rather you press later got cut short. I don't know, I think an hour's good enough. Yeah, sure, man, I'm down. This was so funny. This was not bad faith, dude. This was public information. There's been 7 or 8 people who come forward. It's directly related to my argument. It is not bad faith for me to bring up hypocrisy. Yeah, if 7 or 8 accusers come out in the future, if I have 7 or 8 people who come out against me, and you see me running away from the question, then yeah, probably you should believe them. Just got laid at my lunch break grill at gas station. Thanks, BW. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'll debate anybody. I'll debate anyone at any time. Shoot me an email. We can set it up. Your logic is flawed and you go on with Magenta. No, I definitely am not woke. I debate SJWs all the time. I push back on that more than pretty much anyone else I know. So I'm definitely not woke. I definitely debate against Flawed Agenda. And the reason people haven't made false allegations against me is because I haven't done anything. Because I have a girlfriend, I have sex with her, and I'm with random dudes. So, yeah. Alex, how do you stay so grounded? I don't know. I've done a lot of these.
Let's do this. You gotta win a championship. So,
Al, to be fair, he's a political good chance, and some more of those stories could just be far less people. I would think so if it was like 1 or 2 people, but it's 7 or 8 people. He got caught liking a gay porn thing on his Twitter. They've all publicly shown their face. Several of them have actually swore under oath, and they've been subpoenaed. So now it's just too many for it not to be true. And the way he runs away from it.
Let's go white.
Also combined with the fact that he's so sexually repressed, he's not married. Right, so he's not having sex with anybody. Like, where do you think all that sexual energy is going? Okay, what else do we have?
Let's do this.
Best way to debate trolls, debate me more. They always get shut down. But yeah, cool. All right. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. That was fun for me. I had a feeling he was going to run away from that. I try to bring it up in the nicest way possible, but yeah, I had a feeling he was going to run away from it because every time he's been confronted on this, he runs away. So, and usually when someone runs away from something, it means there's probably a little bit of element of truth there. But yeah. I used to enjoy content, man, but I'm thinking you're actually mature. This interview proved it. Thanks, Alex. But I'm done. On subpar. Take care. I'll be sure to.
At Donna's, you can get more than just amazing, delicious pizza. There's also lava cakes, bread bites, and more.
Alright, y'all, we have poetry. We got my man Jesse Lee Peterson talking to somebody that he is going to make leave the show again. We have not seen this video. I was waiting. I was saving this video to watch with you all. So hopefully you watch with me and you help me with some things in the comments below. All right, make sure y'all engage. I'm gonna need a couple of captains to steer the ship. But yeah, this trick right here, I already know it's gonna be immaculate, and I already know that the reason why this gentleman walks off is not gonna be Jesse Lee Peterson's fault because he's always so laid back and chill that. I don't get it, man. People are so damn sensitive, bro. They really are. But anyway, thank you to everyone who have purchased hats and anyone else who want to purchase one. Feel free to go to the link below, hatsforsale.com. LFR10 is the code that you want to put in for 10% off, and you will receive free shipping all across the country, man. I think we sold more than 60 hats so far. Yeah, I'm excited. Okay, let's check this out and see what got this guy so upset that he rolled out.
Which I find that to be very interesting. Yeah, that is. One of the reasons that black men leave or don't date black women, especially here or big cities, it becomes black women and like,
things up from the receiver spot. And he's going up against a real lockdown corner. So this ought to be a really
This brother does not wait to get to the sugar honey iced tea, man. He said because black women are beings. Okay, let's get more context.
yeah, and the men don't know how to deal with that because they never dealt with their mothers in the right way. And now these black women are becoming educated, and the more educated they are, the more of a bitch they become. And the guys just don't want to be bothered. Have you noticed that?
No, not necessarily. I feel like
You know, when that they become,
I feel like the more educated they become, the more
they are.
the more value. To me, the more valuable they are in the relationship.
In what way?
They become extremely demanding. They become very argumentative. They become they already are not, and I'm not talking about only black women because I don't know, but I'm talking about women in general. But when they start to get a little bit of power, they start to feel that power, and they start to feel like they don't need a man for anything, and so the man does not give them what they want, and it becomes an issue. And so yeah, if you want to say they act like a female dog, then some will say that you're right, some will say that you're wrong.
They can add to the household.
Add hell, more hell.
Are you married? No. I see why.
I've noticed that women with degrees don't make for good wives and good mothers. That's why I always tell guys, don't marry a woman with a degree.
Now, I would not advise that. Now, listen, y'all know Jesse Lee Peterson is absolutely hilarious. He's phenomenal, but I challenge him on some things. My wife is extremely educated. She is a black woman, the first to say something, the first to pop slip, the first to say something. But you gotta be built a certain type of way, and I'm built a certain type of way. I wasn't as educated as her. I wasn't making as much money as her. But I've always been a man who understood when she needed a certain energy from me, but when I felt like she crossed the line, I would communicate that in my way. I would communicate that in my way, and you still stay strong by what you believe in and whatnot. I should be a matchmaker, to be honest with you, because that's the problem. It's not the women being female dogs. It's the men being soft, men not being willing to deal with a woman who want to get her little attitude off and be all emotional, and he can't do anything with her. I think that's a man problem. That's the position I take. I think it's a man problem, to be honest with you.
You would tell somebody that?
I tell them that.
I am completely 100% appalled, and I do not agree with that one bit.
Why not?
Because I feel like a woman with a degree can add so much value to being a mother and being a wife. Because what can she add to the household? With that degree, she can add income. With that degree, she can add responsibility. With that degree, she can take some of those burdens off of your back and put those on her back.
But that's true. But a lot of the attitude that comes along with it is not worth it. And a lot of guys understand. And I know I'm not, hopefully I'm not being hypocritical for what I just now said or seem like I'm talking out both sides of my face. But the reason why a lot of men feel like they don't even want to deal with it too is because, for one, I think that they're not men enough to deal with a strong woman. That's number one. Because you shouldn't have to check a woman or try to bring her down to size in order for her to be palatable at all. But at the end of the day, the ratio of men to women is crazy. So a man don't feel like, especially if he has something going on, if he look good, if he takes care of himself, if he makes good money, if he's responsible, and he has a total package that he feels is worth offering to a lady that's deserving, he'll give that. But as soon as she starts to feed him certain energies, certain attitude, and still don't want to do certain things that a woman's supposed to do for a man, he got way too many options. And guess what? He gonna cut out. He either gonna cut out mentally, or he just gonna cut out physically, or he gonna stay in it and just deal with as many women as he can on the side, so that he can check all those other boxes that the one that he actually chose to build a life with have checked. It's not the right thing to do, but it's happening out here.
I don't want her to take any of that off me. I want her to be my wife, have my children, watch over my children when I'm out providing. I want her to be a woman, not to take anything away from me.
So wait a minute, so in your mindset, women shouldn't be educated?
Right.
What about your daughter? What about daughters? What about...
If they plan on becoming a wife and a mother, they shouldn't be educated. So if they're never going to get married, they got to take care of themselves. I have no problem with that. But in order to be a good wife and a mother, because it builds their ego and they start to feel like they are better than the male.
What year are you in? It's 2021. These women are out here being mothers, wives, judges, singers. No, a lot of them are married.
Yeah, but the man is a beta.
What is a beta man?
One that can't deal with a woman in the right way, his wife, or stay home and let the woman go to work, can't speak up for himself, and be an independent person, love what's right, and do the right thing.
So do you think that men can't be stay-at-home fathers? Do you think that's something that's there?
Any man that's stay-at-home father is a beta male. He's a woman.
Really?
Yeah. You're not supposed to switch roles like that. That's abnormal.
Why is that?
It is abnormal. It's definitely abnormal. But I will say this, and I may be talking from experience of taking on certain duties that a woman usually have. When I got my wife pregnant at the age of 18, and I realized how intelligent she was, how studious she was, and how much she wanted to finish her college education. One thing that I decided, especially since I grew up with no father and no mother, that my children will have a father in the home. Not only will they have a father in the home, but I will make sure that they have everything that they need or want from me and their mom. So I decided to not only work, but to take care of picking them up from daycare, cooking. I even did my daughter's hair sometimes. I learned how to plait. I learned how to do little braids and all that other stuff. And honestly, that bonding was something that was necessary. My baby girl remembered it. And but it didn't stop me from making sure that I provided for the family while my wife continued her education. Because my thing was, when you look at Black families, they weren't sticking together too much. And I made up in my mind, I said, look, and we had this discussion a long time ago. I said, we're going to make this work. But one thing that I need for you to do is finish your education, because what if something happened with us? What if I pass away prematurely? What if we do end up separating, divorcing, or something like that? I want you to be good. And I need you to continue your education. I realize you work full time, and because she was working full time too. But I said, this is something that's necessary. You started out doing your with your college education, and I want you to finish it. And I'll do whatever I have to do to finish it. So, for you to finish it. So she did, and she's better off for it. Thing is, people are not mature enough, and they're not adult enough to have these type of deals in their relationships. Because we're so old school that we feel like, oh, a woman should just be barefoot at home, taking care of the babies, breastfeeding the babies, cooking when I come home from work, and there should be a hot meal on the plate. I should eat first, and you should serve me, and blah, blah, blah. She still serves me. She takes very, very good care of me. But because of my sacrifice earlier on, because of her sacrifices earlier on, we are good from it. But a lot of people don't have that discipline. A lot of people don't have that willingness to work together, and that's the problem. People are so hung up on their own desires and their own needs and wants that they're not even willing to bend so that they can have a better situation for the entire family. So I just have an issue with that part right there. But yeah, maybe I should teach a daggone class, because you can do both. You can do both. And honestly, I think Jesse Lee Peterson will be much happier if he were married. The
abnormal if the wife is like a Supreme Court justice, and she's, the household is taken care of, but she needs somebody in there helping with the children and stuff.
She needs to be there. It's a God-given role for her to be there. If you're a Christian, you agree to that, right?
No, absolutely not.
Why not?
Because what about women pastors? I have several women. My aunt is one of my favorite pastors. Just
Don't tell her. Don't say that out loud.
Don't say that out loud.
Why?
Because it's not in their nature to lead. Women were created to follow. Men were created to lead.
Wow.
Have you noticed that?
In 2021?
Yeah, look how.
You know what? If Jesse Peterson is speaking strictly by the book of the Bible, you got to give it to him. You got to give it to him. If he's speaking strictly that, because we have changed the rules to work around our own schedules, to work around our own wants and desires. So he's absolutely telling the truth when it comes to the roles of men and women. If you're speaking strictly from a biblical standpoint, but nobody is very. How often do we come across somebody who's really living that biblical standpoint?
Messed up everything. Anytime the woman takes over, the world goes to hell and heaven. Look at the children. When the father leaves the home, the kids become basket cases. Because the mother doesn't have it in her to lead them. Have you noticed that?
Absolutely not. That absolutely not. When my dad left the household, my brothers and I are very successful men and do very well for ourselves. And my mother did a great job leading us into becoming great.
But having things doesn't make you a man.
Having what doesn't make you a man? Absolutely not. It's the way you carry yourself.
Being successful doesn't make you a man.
It's the way you carry yourself. It's the way you handle business. It's the way the world perceives you. It's the way that you perceive yourself. It's the energy that you give. There are several things that make you a man.
No, it's also keeping this world going. It's also planting seeds. It's also making sure that there's more people to keep society moving forward. I mean, you need to establish generations of you. So if you are a man, then that's part of the deal as well. I mean, a lot of people miss out on that. Again, we're picking and choosing the things that we want based off of what we want. And at some point, we become too picky, thinking that the world is our oyster, because we've heard it so many times. You can be whatever you want to be. Yeah, you can, but we're keeping God out of the conversation nowadays, and we're just switching things up, however it best suits us.
I think a man is to return to the Father and become a son of God. That's what makes you a man.
That doesn't stop.
I know what you're developing into a man, and your character is based on the principles of God and nothing else.
So you think that when you get to the gates of heaven, do you honestly think that God is going to say, you're not a man, you're not a man, you're not a man, you're not a man, get out?
Absolutely. He's going to let you in. He won't have to say get out.
He's not going to let you in.
He won't open the gate.
That's crazy. God also going to let me in.
Do you hook up Christian people together?
Absolutely. Everybody.
Yeah.
Muslims, everybody.
Really?
Yeah.
and they don't question the fact that you put two men together. What happens in a man's mind? Because you're an executive matchmaker, right? What happens in a man's mind? I know that we all born in sin, so we got this mess. We get into, as a result of being born in sin, we get into trying to find peace. So we get into all kind of mess. And in the good old days, when boys were boys and men were men, it was an embarrassment to be in your mess. You would never promote it as good. You wouldn't tell anyone about it. You go to God to overcome it, right? What happened to men that they're taking their mess and promoting it as good? What happened to a mindset like that?
But what are you saying is a mess?
Like when two men want to get together as a husband and a wife, or two lesbians want to get together as a husband and wife.
That's not.
Where did the shame go that these people are promoting a sin?
He's triggered. He is triggered. It's about to get popping. It's about to get popping. I hope y'all are still here because it's about to go. It's about to go forward. He's triggered.
And it's a good. Black people used to be embarrassed by that. White people used to be at one point. Where did the shame go?
They're not embarrassed anymore, you think?
Some are not. But a lot are. So I think we're in the mindset of the male. What happened that they think it's okay to promote that?
I think that we're in a time where you just mind your own business.
Meaning what?
You focus on what makes you happy, the love that makes you happy, the things that you want to do in life, and not worry about the next person. I think that that's where we are in life. Not worrying about who or what. I don't care who you sleep with. I don't care who you lay next to at night. I don't care.
But it's not necessarily about what others think about it, right? In the good old days, it used to be about what the person thought about it. They knew that they were wrong, that they had an issue, right? And they would quietly overcome that issue rather than promoting it as a good.
You know what? As long as the person is good, I think that's all that should matter.
Do you recommend to your client that they have sex before marriage?
I feel like as adults, I don't feel like nobody's came to me yet that's a virgin. So I feel like for me, I always promote getting to know the person before you engage in any type of sexual aspect. Because sex can complicate
a relationship. You don't really know who you're with. Once you have sex with them, you lose reality of who that person is.
That's a possibility. And also, I feel like it can distract you from a lot of things when you have sex with somebody too prematurely.
Have you ever matched up a couple and they lasted? They dated, they got married.
So we have a couple right now that we matched that's been together about 3.5 years.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
What age group you normally deal with?
Oh wow. So from 25, my oldest client was 63.
Wow.
Yeah. Based out of New York.
Yeah. What's wrong with people that they can't find their own date? You know, when I was growing up, we didn't have computers and online and all that. Getting a date was nothing. Where did they lose that? Where they can't find their own date? That they need someone else to do it for them?
I don't think it's anything wrong with it. I think it's just the times that we're in. People are a lot more busier. There's a lot more going on, so people need a lot more help. You know, they get help. They get their groceries delivered. They get, packages delivered. They don't have to go to the store. So why not make love as easy and accessible to them?
So they're busy today, so they don't have time to go hang out, have fun, and relax.
Some people are just so career focused. Thinking about like for me, when I go to a grocery store, I'm not at the grocery store worrying about who next to me. I'm at the grocery store to accomplish the goal of being grocery and going home. And I think a lot of people think that way. When they go somewhere, they're not consciously thinking about who's around them and who they can go. I don't want love with.
That makes sense. Because when I was growing up, life was a little slower. So yes, you had time to reflect. You're not like just racing in your head trying to get it done. What are some of the nightmares that you ran into? I think that
some of the stumbling blocks that a lot of people.
I like how Jesse Lee Peterson is. He's slow walking them into a serious part of the conversation that he wants to get them to. That's something that's dope. I need to learn how to do that so I can start interviewing people as well.
Do you try to warn them in advance? Hey, this person lives too far away. I would suggest you let me find somebody local for you.
Yeah, so we talk about whether or not you can handle or deal with long distance dating because it's a big responsibility.
Yeah, it is.
Have you dated somebody long distance?
Yeah, it's a mess.
From where to where?
Here to New York.
And
It doesn't work.
Why didn't it work for y'all?
I have time. And the women want a lot of attention.
Yeah.
You know how women are, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They want the world to rotate around them.
And why you didn't make the world rotate around them? Ain't that what you're supposed to do as a man? Why?
Because she was no longer my God.
Mm-hmm.
And so when women stop being your God, make the world rotate around you, you bring them into your world.
I like that. Woman has to earn that. Woman has to earn that. Yeah, definitely have to earn that. Same thing. You have to earn things from her as well. But definitely, if you're going to if someone's going to have that much of your time, then they have to earn that. There's no way. There's nothing else you can say about that.
She wasn't the right one.
Yeah, amazing.
Amazing.
So tell us what are some of the things you do to match people?
Mm-hmm.
What are some of the steps?
So one of the first things we do is a questionnaire, a basic consultation questionnaire, just asking you exactly who you are, what are you looking for, how can we be of service. After that, and you decide you pick one of our packages, we more so mix life coaching with dating coaching. So we want to figure out, what's going on with you? What are some issues with you that we can help you pan out so it can better your dating life? We don't just want to jump into the dating conversation. Oh, let's match you with somebody. It's more so like, what's going on with you? How can we help you get your life in order so that when that perfect person comes, you're good, you're ready to go, your mind is right, your life is right, you're ready to date.
Oh, I see. So you help deal with their issues too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm a certified life coach as well.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So you can get right. So when they do meet someone, they don't screw it up.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I noticed that women today are and men are makers. Let's say I walked in your office. I would say, "Hey, Jay Lamar, I'm looking for would you find me a?"
I don't even know what a is.
Do you know what a maker is?
What's a maker?
You never heard those terms?
I've never heard those terms.
He's heard the terms. He's trying to figure out where Jesse's coming from. Jesse's about to make it clear, and then he's gonna have to, back because at first he said, I'm about minding my own business. I'm not concerned about who's in your bed or anything like that. I mind my own business. Well, he does help people find more than just love. He more than likely help people find the draws too. And by finding the draws, that's just finding somebody to have sex with.
There's a woman that has sex with a man before marriage.
Mm-hmm. And
making the man that has sex with a woman before marriage.
Why are they? Why are they just not people who just have sex?
Because they're not married.
And that makes them.
Yeah.
Were you a? Are you?
I was making like nothing going on.
No. Are you now?
No. I clean my house up.
Okay.
Are you?
No.
Were you ever maker?
I don't even know what that is. I would never classify myself with using those terms.
Why not?
Because I'm not with those people.
You never slut maker?
I don't even know what that is.
So you never had sex out of wedlock?
I don't even know.
You don't know if you had?
Come on, bro. You've been disingenuous, man. See, and this right here is what happens when someone's triggered. They're guarded, they're protected, and they don't want to say anything that's going to make them look bad. That's when you lose the conversation. As soon as he notices that, he pounces, and now it's gonna be all downhill for you, man.
But how are you gonna help somebody if you don't know you had?
I would never use that term to describe anybody.
So you don't judge, right?
I don't.
So if I came in your office and said, "Hey, Jay Lamar, I'm looking for," you wouldn't judge me, right?
I wouldn't even know what it is. That word doesn't exist in my vocabulary.
But would you find me one?
I don't even know what that is. I can't find it.
But if I told you what it is, would you find me a?
No.
Why not? You're judging me.
No, I don't know what that is. So I would not be able to find you that.
I want a woman that would have sex with more than one.
Oh, well, you can go find that yourself, right?
You wouldn't find me a...
No. I find people to fall in love with.
What?
I'm finding people for you to fall in love with.
So are you like selective in the kind of people that you help?
Yeah, oh yeah, we have to be.
And why is that?
Because there are certain things, like when we do the consultations, if we see like there are certain issues that really are far beyond like life coaching issues or dating coaching issues, we can refer you to like a therapist or somebody else to talk to. Because sometimes, for some people, it really is a mental thing they have to get past. And I'm not a mental health therapist, so I know like really greatness out there for things that you like. So a life coach tell people how to live daily life. Just give more so encouragement, motivation, instruction. And to give me an example of what you mean. So for example, if you came to me and you said, you know what, I really want to figure out how to have better communication with people. I can talk to you about how to have better communication with people, how to be more patient, how to use better words, like not to use like maker, and just use words like people that like to have sex with other people.
Here's the thing, brother, young brother Lamar. You can't teach Jesse Peterson how to be a better communicator when you yourself are not that great of a communicator when it comes to the fact that when you're asked a question, you know exactly what's being asked of you, but you refuse to lie to get around it. And you don't want, that's not good communication. I don't know who taught you that, but it's not. And that's my problem too. How can y'all keep on hiring any damn body to be your life coach? Stop that. Why are you hiring someone to be your life coach when their life is not all together? It makes absolutely no sense. How can you find me love? You can't even find yourself love. I want to have my own family. How can you help me with that if you never experienced it yourself? I'm serious about that. You cannot coach my life if you can't coach your own. Yeah, you're successful and you're happy, so to speak. Which you're not, because when you lie about your own situation and what you're doing, if you're a grown person, you have absolutely no reason to lie to anybody. Because what you eat don't make me poop, and vice versa. So I don't have to be concerned about you judging me. But when you start lying like this gentleman is, then you understand that he's coaching people. How is he coaching people? That's the thing. And then he takes a jab at Jesse Peterson's like if you came to me and you want to learn how to communicate better, that's him saying that you don't communicate well. And then he says, because you use words and terms that are offensive, because I don't communicate that way. That's not communicating better. You're going to teach him to communicate like you. Sometimes you gotta lie, sometimes you gotta water it down. You don't want to offend anyone. That's what you don't want to do. So go around the barn to not offend. I don't want anybody coaching me like that. Not at all, man. Really, yeah. But if I did that, I wouldn't be myself. I would be what you taught me to be. Exactly. I'm also guiding you on a better way to find and help people. Not changing people. You have a life coach as well. I have a therapist. And those that therapists teach you how to live life. They give you great insight on emotion and feeling. And, they don't dictate what I should do, but they give great insight on how to handle situations better. And are you an emotional person? Oh, no. Extremely. We need to do some online games. You support that. Absolutely. But it's like, I deal with the guys and they go online dating. Like, it's like a woman online. They're like, no, there ain't no shipping and handling it, cool. But they're like, you go online and you go down this list, like you order a meal, right? And you order like this meal. This is online dating, like, as a woman online. Online dating allows you to filter through the dating process without sometimes the headache of investing in meeting people and then figuring out that you guys don't have anything in common. With online dating, you have the option to really like nail your search down. So I don't know if you're on are you on any dating apps? No. So they have dating apps and never do that. So they have dating apps for people that want to do that, like Tinder. And you can open up your Tinder and say, I only want to date maybe people that love the movie Never Basketball. I only want to date people that are, between the heights of like 5'9" and 5'11". You can nail your search down. Or something more specific. I only want to date somebody that's entrepreneur or creative. So it allows you to find common interests in people without having to kind of dig through the dating pool and that's what aspect. I think that things have changed. Let me ask, come on, Jesse, take it to him, man. Take it to him. Would you hook up drag queens too? If they look for that, absolutely. Have you ever done that? No, I haven't. And why not? But I haven't had one yet. But I would be very open to it. So if a drag queen walks in and say, hey, Jay Lamar, I'm looking for another drag queen. You would find a drag queen. Yeah.
If RuPaul walked in and asked me to match him up, I would. With another drag queen, with whoever RuPaul wanted to be with.
Now, Miss Pronoun, Miss Gender, RuPaul.
Is there anything you wouldn't do other than time here? Is there anything you wouldn't do? Yeah, there are things I wouldn't do. Like I'm not gonna find you. I'm not a madam. I'm not a pimp or anything like that. So I wouldn't go if someone walked into your office. So you do discriminate there, right? Because there's something you would not fire for other people. I don't think it's discrimination. I think it's just making a choice not to deal with something like that. But that's discrimination.
That's definitely discrimination because you'll choose to. Because some people won't deal with drag queens at all, especially people who are deep into their Christian journey, their Christian walk. They're gonna say no. But I can refer you to Lamar. He'll do it. You know what I mean? So you just feel attacked. And you think of salacious people being attacked by the worst. And you immediately started considering not only yourself, but many of your other friends and people that you know who would be offended by that because you know that they are free and loose with doing whatever they want to do sexually to whoever they want to do, whenever they want to do it. So yes, you're not in a relationship, but you yourself very well may be based off of Jesse Lee Peterson's definition, and you feel offended. So now you're saying, I'll do anything, I'll match anybody but that.
Because if you don't discriminate, you would make that decision at all. I think you the person what they want. No, all this is about finding love. So to them it might be love. I don't think that's defined as love. To them it might be. Oh, we never get sit down and have a cooking session. Like maybe I wish I would have met you when you were in your 20s and 30s when you were making. Yeah. I would have had a conversation with you about, okay, well, let's cut down on the making and figure out what's wrong. What I want to ask you today is, what is the purpose of getting married? When you were getting married? In 2021, the purpose of getting married and dating money is to build legacy and build, a family and have money. So for some people, family and happiness doesn't include marriage and children. But for other people it does. So it's all about, a personal preference. Some people just want a life partner. They're at that age where they don't want to get married. Maybe they've been married once or twice before, and they just want a life partner to spend time with. Other people, such as myself, want to invest in one person for the rest of my life. So marriage is a huge investment. It's a commitment with somebody for the rest of my life is a huge investment. And the good old days, boys were boys, and men were men. The purpose of marriage, boys are still boys, and men are still men. If men got married, and one day it's to start a family. And so now you're saying, very saying,
people don't want to hear about that. Like when you start to talk like this, Jesse, this right here is what pisses gay people off. Because they consider the family that they believe to be family new addition of it. And we all know that this happens obviously because some people can't have kids. It's a heterosexual relationship or marriage. And adopting and going out there getting kids is a good thing. So when you start talking about starting a family, he's going to get pissed off, obviously, because, you're talking about something that makes him extremely emotional. He said he's not emotional, but this is when the emotion comes out because he feels attacked. And he wants to feel right, no doubt.
It is to fulfill a loneliness or something that I don't think it's to fulfill loneliness. I think it's just to achieve something that you want to achieve. I want to achieve being a great father. That's what I want to achieve. If you want a family, actually, that would be your reason for getting married. Other than that, you should fulfill something that's missing. Right? I think that at a certain age, you look at.
I don't know if y'all saw the information below the video, but Jesse Peterson, he wrote down at the bottom of this video, he apologized for the audio. Apparently, the microphones are staticky at this point, and he apologized a couple of times in the video for it. Just want to bring that to your attention.
Something that's missing. Right? I think that at a certain age, you look at and you analyze life and you figure out what will make you feel whole, what will make you feel great. And for some people it is family, for some people it is marriage. That life will put it on for the people that you choose. And at some age, a life will came on in your head and said, that isn't fulfilling me any longer. What's going to fulfill me? Maybe it's not having sex with somebody, or maybe it's finding one person to commit to and have sex with for the rest of my life. If someone told you, well, I want you to find me someone because I don't want a family, I just need someone with me to fulfill a void, a loneliness, or I don't want to be alone, would you recommend that person not? I think you have to put some sort of title on it and get a life partner. And yeah, you just find a life partner. Find a life partner.
Finding love is not the case. They just want a life partner, which is it. That's not always the same. They just I'm lonely, and I just want somebody to live with. That's not the same as finding love. So that's another distinction.
Oregon is about to extend
Well, I don't
the
understand. Two guys cannot have children. Or two women can't have children together. Why would they bother getting married? They want kids and they can't have kids together. Some man can have a baby. No can have a baby without children. They can adopt. But that wouldn't be them doing it. They would be going outside of their homosexuality to have a baby, right? To get a baby. If God had wanted them to get married and have children, wouldn't He have made it so that they could do it together without having to go outside of their homosexuality? You know what? I'm not comfortable having this type of religious conversation at all. Why not? You're a Christian, and I love the Lord, but I won't be demeaned in any type of way when it comes to my spirituality or the spirituality of anybody within the LGBTQ community. You don't have a right to judge them. I don't have a right to judge them. It makes me no difference at all who they choose to love. They're great people. I'm a great person. You may be a great person underneath it all. So people are allowed to love and honor and fulfill what they want. If they want to marry somebody and have children by somebody or with somebody, they can do that. And God will still love them. If you can't do it, that's completely fine and perfect on your behalf. But you are not. You are not the end all be all. You're not.
It was a well-played game for the most part. Oregon came with a questions.
It's just a conversation and the meaning of it was something negative or something bad. Does it feel like it's something negative about me asking these things? But the way you're showing it is not a negative thing. If you believe that, that's fine, but you don't have to address it in such a negative way. So my belief that two guys cannot have a child is a false belief. But you're saying for them to go outside of their sexuality, we're saying
the thing is, oh my gosh, isn't it? And I don't even know the daggone Bible verse. We're going to continue. It's only a little bit more, but I don't even know the Bible verse. I'm not going to talk for a long time. But you're not supposed to waste your seed. The point of your seed is to grow a family. That's the point of your seed, is to grow a family. So even if you're just getting the toilet pregnant, you're getting socks pregnant or napkins, you're doing it yourself. That's the whole point of your seed that you create. So if you are using that for anything else other than the purpose of growing and starting a family, then that is frowned upon. And this is the Bible. Now, what we like to do, though, and what we're taught by other pastors and preachers, and because everybody reads the Bible their own way, and when they decide how what they feel about life or how they feel about life based off of their own experiences or experiences of other people that they know and love, they will start to teach
that those were those times. Times have changed. This is 2020. Well, like this year, they keep on saying, this is 2021. Times have changed. It's not those old times anymore. So we need to adjust, we need to adjust the teachings and understand that even if we are different from those times, God still loves us regardless. So we have free will to do whatever we want. But as long as we acknowledge that God is our God, He is our Father, then we can continue to live the life that we want to live. So what you're saying to me is super disrespectful to me and everyone that I know and love who's in this community. So that's whenever you have this conversation right here, that's why a lot of times, man, I don't have conversations about faith and politics with people because it's real sticky, man. It gets real shady, real dangerous. It can go places.
But you know what? They have to step outside of that. God didn't make that possible. So why would God have made that possible? Let me ask you that for them to get married and all that as a man and as a Christian. Why would God have not made that possible for two women or two men not to have to step outside of their homosexuality and to have babies? Why would He make it possible for them to stay in that and have a child or children? People can have children, gay, straight, whoever, but they can't have it. They have to step outside and get it. So my question is, why wouldn't God have made that possible? Are you leaving? I am leaving. No wrong. This is an inappropriate conversation. No wrong. And I'm not going to have it. I'm not going to. What my guess is leaving. I thought we were having fun.
You always say the same thing. My guess is leaving. I thought we was having a good time. Like, what's going on? I don't get it. She was having a really good conversation.
But you're the matchmaker, man. The executive matchmaker.
Kick off is just ahead. Let's take you down for the coin toss.
I see why you're alone, God bless you.
Is brought to you by
And he said, Jesse Goose said, well, thank you.
combination of chocolate and peanut butter.
And there you have it. It's amazing. He knew what was about to happen, but he had to have the conversation, man. And here's the thing, y'all seen his daggone, y'all seen his conversation with me. Why even come on the show if you know what's about to happen? You know what's about to happen. You're like, nah, I'm about to hold my own, I'm about to do my thing. I already seen his conversation with this person, that person, the other. But I ain't down. Oh, he about to learn something talking to me.
The offense will take over.
You know what? I'm leaving. This conversation is inappropriate. It's inappropriate. I gotta go. I see why you're alone. God bless you. Alright. So what y'all thought, man? Let me know in the comments below. If you have yet to hit that subscribe button, please make sure you do so. We're out the door. Once again, guys, I'm Dan, and now we are all the alabana family. And I look forward to seeing you on the next video, and hopefully inside the Patreon as well. Y'all have been amazing. What's up, y'all? Welcome back, man. I am Dan. Y'all the LFI family. Y'all already know that, man. I've been on a short hiatus. We got some trouble, man. We got some trouble, but it's all good. We're moving forward. Remind me one day to tell y'all about this barbershop right here in this neighborhood that's behind me. Oh, man, I'm so excited about what's happening to the channel, and I'm so excited that y'all are a part of it, man. Y'all are amazing. So let's get to it. Jesse Peterson is about to have a conversation with one of the leaders of Antifa. Now, I don't know if y'all know this, but I am just now being introduced to Antifa. This is anti-fascist. They're against anti-fascists. They're anti-fascist. They're against fascist people. I'm just not understanding what all these terms are. Yes, my hair has been buried inside the dead one dirt for a long time, intentionally, because I didn't want to have to deal with the foolishness that was going around the world. But I am now mature enough to
to now start looking into it, but I wouldn't be able to do it without you guys. And because you are rocking with me, I can do it. Anyone who has been purchasing hats, thank you so much. And shirts, thank you so much. Anyone else who would like to purchase a hat or shirt, we have passed the 100 mark of sales. And if you want to get a shirt or something as well, go to the link below, hatsforSale.com, and put in LFR10 for 10% off, and you'll get free shipping all across the United States of America. Who are the people that MP4 is fighting against exactly? Can you name them? Can I name them? Well, I try to be careful not to name them just on the trade level, but obviously we have a website, onepeoplesfighting.com, where we have a list of road salary entries of people that we have monitored over the past. And to be full disclosure, we're self-employed. Wow, this is pretty good. You said, I don't want to name who we're against, but guess what? You're on the list, but you're on the whiteboard. We've been discussing you and I. We're not even the past because we've had issues with the things that you have been about, but that's just ridiculous. So we're talking about the Nazis. We're the ones that have been following the dispenser since 2006. That's why a lot of people have started looking at us wondering who was this character. We're going after folks ranging from the Klan, Nazis, to mainstream conservatives. And you have Leslie. Hey, Garrett, so you have me. I'm on your list, and what is it that you disagree with about me? My issue with you in particular is I don't necessarily black these days at least have an issue with black conservatives, but I think when you said him specifically, not black conservatives, him specifically, brother. Okay, let me shut up so you can answer. I think you have spent a lot of time trying to make apologies or try to be apologists for some folks out there that have been involved in the white supremacist. I remember there was a video from the Proposition 7 fight where Martin Francis got clocked in the head with I guess a stone or something, and you're on YouTube and arguing with this Hispanic reporter who asked if he was a racist, and he was getting upset saying, how dare you call me a racist? And he was a black man with me. But Martin Francis was a voice of citizens together, at least an associate. Your friend Glenn Spencer is the center of that. He is an associate of the Council of Conservative Citizens. I've seen them in conferences that were held by this group. And the Council of Conservative Citizens is a white supremacist group. Well, we were all out there fighting. We were all out there trying to get the government to shut down the borders because of illegal aliens coming into our country and affecting the country in a negative way, especially the black community. And these people came very violent, and they were dressed in red, and they were throwing frozen Coke cans and things like that. And that's what hit Martin in the head. And that was evil. Let me ask, I noticed that now something that he just now did that I wish we do more of. He told Jesse Peterson why he was on their radar. Basically he was saying that you didn't take the side of black people. When it was time to defend us, you was on their side. You was saying, and that's not the side you're supposed to be on. So since you were on that side and you were one of the loudest ones, and you're black, we decided to put you on our whiteboard. Oh yeah, Jesse Peterson was out there too, and he was taking up for him too. So we're gonna definitely put him up on the board. We're gonna make sure we watch him, make sure we follow him, make sure on social media, not get behind him. Every time he drives, you try to get those cars behind him. None of that. But without context, he's going to see everything all messed up. So that's the problem we have. We like to look at somebody do one thing, and then we like to judge them off of that one thing, not even understanding why they're doing this. And Jesse Peterson told him we were already out there. We were out there protesting, trying to shut this wall down because of what was going on. We're trying to get the news from coming over. That's what he was saying. And when this happened, you all were out there, and if you all were being violent, and you all start doing this, that, and other, cocaine, and blah, blah, blah. This other gentleman, Darryl, he didn't know about all that. Right? what he knew about Jesse Peterson being out there. Without context, sometimes we get ourselves into a mess of trouble, and that's unfair to the people that we're accusing, man. I mean, we're putting like one thing at as soon as you point one thing at somebody, it's like 4 or 5 years out at Virginia. The Antifa people were having a peaceful rally. They had a permit to hold that rally. I mean, the alt-right people, I'm sorry, not Antifa, but the alt-right people were holding a peaceful rally. You need some of the difference between alt-right and like, people say that they're against alt-right, that they're too far right or too far gone. I don't know what it is, but if y'all can let me know, that'd be awesome. You guys showed up dressed in black, your face is covered, with weapons, and you attacked, getting ready to fight alt-right. Was that right? Why did you show up? And didn't they have a right, whether you agree with them or not, didn't they have a right to hold a peaceful rally? They were in support of the federal flag. They didn't want to come down. Didn't they have a right to protest? He didn't hear anything else he said. He just, that's why he started going. He was like, see, you're coming up with a way to defend them again. And then he called them Nazis for doing it. So what I'm talking about, it was them that attacked. It was them that's how they know. Right, you just now said you didn't know about the red can. So if you didn't know about the red can, you didn't know about everything. You didn't know who started it, who did what, you didn't know any of that. You just now knew everything. Am I tripping? If I'm tripping, you know what? I don't apologize, because this won't be the first time that I've been tripping or got something wrong, okay? So it's all good. But I do think he said that he didn't know that somebody threw a soda can and hit somebody in the head. Because that's what started it all off. And he's now trying to say, no, you guys are I didn't know about the soda can, but you did it. It was them with the helmet, it was them with the military formation. And they deal with rats in Charlottesville for months now. You're not answering my question. That's what it's so before. The fact of the matter is that anti-fascist groups that were there, you're not answering my question. We're protecting that city, protecting that town. And they were the ones that suffered the fatality. Why are highly disturbed by the neo-Nazis? Why are everybody neo-Nazis? That's what it says. So the truth of the matter is, when we came out there because we saw that these Nazis who we want to say have the plumbing like that's supposed to mean we can't show off. They tried to intimidate Charlottesville. So we came out and said, no, you will not do that. There was no problem until we saw those people with a permit shoving clothes around, shoving people to worry about. Why? How does Jesse Peterson do this? Like, he always pisses someone off, and this dude don't even raise his voice to get into the red. I don't know if anybody has ever recorded my podcast or been in the studio before when we do music or something. And your vocal levels are just on point all the time. On this video right here, Jesse Peterson is just chilling, asking questions, and just telling them what his points are. And while you guys just go, you just chilling, man. Like, okay, you done? Are you done? Because we're not helping anything by doing all this.
First and goal from the 2. Let's see if they get some traffic coming to the right in the end zone here. Kicker got 3 points in that next
mean well, if you're supposed to be doing the right thing, why are you hiding your faces and why are you coming with sticks and nails and sharp edges if you were trying to do good? And why are you so violent? I think it's funny how you have an issue with violence because you have defended people who have been about domestic violence. You talk about how fighting domestic violence is a senseless plot to undermine the man. You're not answering my question. Why are flying all over the place, man? I love it. It's like, he's like, why are you like a socialist plot? And I'm man, you all over the place. And you ask me and I'm going to say something. I don't want to do this. I'm going to pay attention. I want to get on the line. Where's the line?
Like, come on, bro, relax.
You're not answering my question.
I digress. You're absolutely right. I'll answer the question.
Why are you so violent?
I'm not masked up. I'm not
violent. If I'm violent, it's because somebody has been violent against me. He's not asking about you, bro. He's asking about the Antifa organization of people that's out there. He's speaking to you so that you can represent the people. How difficult is that to understand, my brother? I mean, you seem like you're very into, well, I don't know. I haven't heard enough to see if you're intelligent enough. You're not, but he's asking you to speak for the people, not just for you. I wasn't masked up. I wasn't. No, speak for everyone. Because if the great majority of you guys are masked up, that's what he's talking about. He's not talking about you, the leader. Yeah, I'm gonna show my face because I'm upset and I'm ready for y'all to do something. Because if you do something, I'm gonna get dangerous. I'm gonna get mean, man. I'm gonna shoot somebody in the pinky-toe. And in the case of Charlottesville, that's exactly what's the case when it came to Antifa. When you saw those individuals, the National Socialist Movement and other organizations, the Traditionalist Worker Party, getting into it with people who were not being violent against them, who were simply exercising their right to speak and their free speech rights.
But you're not being honest right now.
It's happened.
Daryl, you're not being honest. You know, I've interviewed Richard Spencer, Alaska, and those guys, and I don't agree with some of the things that they're about. But they do not have a history of being violent. Antifa.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They have a long history of being violent.
And so,
now you're not being honest.
You're not being honest, Daryl. But let me ask: there is black on black violence in urban areas around the country. Why is it that if you care about black people, Antifa is supposed to be trying to make black people's lives better, improve their lives, why don't you go into the urban areas and protect the good folks from the good black people from the bad black ones, the young people killing children and who are killing adults? Why not go into the black community and do something about the violence?
Well, funny you say that because I know a number of organizations. So here, he asked you a question about you. He asked you a question about Antifa. He's asking you a question about you guys. That's what he's asking a question. So when it's affirmative that you was doing something that he says you aren't doing, and you can speak for yourself and yourself only, then you do that instead of speaking for the group. When he asks you about something else that you guys are not representing and not doing, you want to point out other groups outside of Antifa who are doing what you're not doing. I guess because you're busy. Your cause is not to help those neighborhoods. That's not me. That's not my business right there. I'm minding my business. What they do with black people killing each other, that's their business. There's other groups out there. That's what you sound like. You sound like you're saying, that's what the other groups are for. They do that. Me, I'm a freedom fighter. I go out there and I whoop the Nazi's ass. I punch a Nazi in the nuts, man. I can't wait to see somebody with a hood on a swastika so I can ping, ping, right in the truck nuts. Ping, ping, right in the Dodge Ram nuts. That's what I want to do. But since you're not helping the black community in the way that he's saying, then you too are guilty of what you accuse him of doing, supporting domestic violence, right? Right? Because if you're not against it, you're for it. If you claim to be for a people and you're not for a people, then what are you doing? You're just there to have yourself a bit like a sip, just a morsel of relevance is what you want. And you're trying to put yourself up so big to be on this pedestal so that you can get this relevance. That's probably why you don't have your daggone mask on. Like, we want to see people's faces when they're out there doing their thing. Because if you're going to be bold enough to do it, yeah, you should have your mask off, right? But they're doing it because they don't want to get fired from their jobs. They don't want to be seen by anybody. They don't want their worlds to be shattered by the stances that they're taking. Okay, you know what? If we're talking about people being human and they just taking a stance with something, I completely understand that part right there. I get it. But then the people who don't have their mask on when they're doing certain things like this, they want to be known for doing certain things like this. They can care less if they're seen for doing certain things like this. And you specifically, you have a reason for doing what you're doing and also not doing anything about these black communities. Maybe you feel like you're out of place. That's why you're pointing out these other groups who are doing it. He's talking about specifically Antifa. So, unless I'm wrong, I could be wrong. I've been wrong a great deal of my life, 44 years old, and I'm always wrong. My wife tells me all the daggone time, but I'm cool with it. You should be cool with being wrong as well.
That have been about trying to quell the violence in the inner cities, if you want to talk about that. We need, and I'll be honest with you, let me put out this olive branch to you here. You have organizations out there.
You're talking about Antifa.
My father, Antifa.
Thank you.
Fascists are out there too. We live in those towns. We live in those cities.
I never see you rallying in those towns. I never see you supporting police, the police in those cities.
Conservatives out there, and I'm gonna tell you something. My olive branch is this: why don't conservatives just come to those towns, come to those communities, and start helping out? And start helping out people try to quell that violence. You have ceasefire out there, for example. Daily Show, for example.
They are trying to help out by trying to get all these daggone gun laws from being the way that they are, because apparently in these areas where, oh my gracious, I'm not even going to go into it because then I might slip up and start sounding like I know what the hell I'm talking about. But they are trying to do something, but every single time they try to do something, we vote against it. We tell black people, no, that's not good for you. No, say no to guns. Tell them no to guns. Yes, all the laws against it, absolutely. We want to restrict, absolutely. And then in those areas, that's where all the violence happens. Because people can't go stick up for themselves. And all the people that's out there with guns is the villains. Like in New York specifically, New York is turning into Gotham City right now, man. But so they try to help you with the law end, but you're saying once the poop hits the fan, they should also get out there and help clean up the poop too. No, that's specifically on the people who voted for the poop. That's specifically for the people who voted for the poop. It makes no sense. It might sound heartless, but it is what it is, man.
Gerald, calm down. You're not answering my question.
I love this story. I love this commentary because
Gerald, calm down.
Conservatives need to come on board and put their money where their mouth is. Go to those communities.
Why not? Why is it that we do not see Antifa in those communities being violent toward the gang members and the drug dealers? Why don't you go in there and do that?
That was a good one, bro. I like that one, bro. JLP, that was a good one. That was a good question, bro.
Rather than chasing a pipe dream by going after white people.
Let me ask you this.
No, don't ask. Answer, goddammit.
You don't see it is because conservatives don't look.
You're talking about, no. If you were there, you would know about it.
You're not there.
You wouldn't care. Because
you're not there, bro. You're not there. You don't plan on going there. You don't care to go there. You know he got your tail with that one. He got you with that one.
You don't care.
You don't care. You're the one.
Those that are trying to fight. What are you doing? I know that Bond is there trying to rebuild the family by rebuilding the man, but is that what people have you in LA?
People have what? Hold on, Daryl. Let me take a break. The community, the lines are not clear here. But Daryl, are you a communist?
No. I think that basically, it's not about. I call myself a leftist. I mean, that's pretty much where I'm at. I mean, but ultimately, it's really not about being right or left. It's about being right and wrong. And I'm down with anybody who wants to try to do right.
Bro, you're not. You're not, man. You're not. Yeah, you're not. I was hoping I was going to hear something amazing from this gentleman so I could have a better understanding of Antifa, what they stand for, what they actually do, and see if they take any accountability for anything. This gentleman is not. He is not taking accountability for anything. I pretty much call myself a leftist. Yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at. That's my groove. That's my little two-step. That's where I feel comfortable. I go on inside the hood where all the riffraff is happening. Nah, I ain't doing that. But when y'all pull up, oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna pull up to the white man. Oh, I'm pulling up to the white man. Those little young people that's out there just shooting each other. Oh, nah, they crazy. I ain't messing with them. Y'all do it because it's your fault. Who voted for them? Who voted for everything that goes on in this city? Well, I did, but it's still your fault. And you should get out here and put your money where your mouth is. Am I going to be out there too? If you get out there, then I get out there. If you get out there, then I get out there. How about that? Huh? Shake on that. Shake on that. This dude is full of it, man.
That's just my real about it. Whatever political philosophy I may hold, I am flexible on that. I mean,
Is there a difference between a leftist and a communist? I thought they're both the same.
Well, there's different facets of leftism, just as there are different facets of rightism. So yeah, there is a difference. I mean, I have seen some very authoritarian communists. I've seen some very open rightists, very open people on the right. So I think it's all about the person. It's about who you are as a human being.
You don't stand for anything, Daryl?
Yes, I am.
You're a Christian, so you believe in God.
Yes, I do.
Do you love all white people?
I love all people.
How about all white people?
I don't have any problem with anyone unless they are bad people.
Do you love all white people?
Not all white people, but I don't love all black people. I don't love all Asian people. I never met all white people, so I got to be careful with that one.
Amazing.
It's about the person. It's not so much about what color you are or what religion you are. It's about you. So that's not the issue. You
said that my name is on your list. My producer chat that he didn't see my name on your list. Did you know it's not there?
In all fairness, I have been working on the website and I have taken down the gallery entry. It's a rogues gallery entry that you're in. And it's been up there for about 10 years, but we have been retooling the site. That's the reason.
Dude, you're a liar, man. You're all over the place. You're all over the place, and I have surmised that you are lying, bro. Your pants is on fire. You're lying so daggone much. No BS. I think you're lying, man, because you're just all over the place, man.
I was told that Antifa has planned a rally in November 4th to go out and attack people. All people. Why is that? Is that true and why?
No, it's not true. And I heard your caller ask about that. And all it is just a series of rallies. It's not, that's all it has been. Someone on the far right side decided to turn it into a conspiracy theory where everybody's going to go out and beat up cops. Who announces that they are going to go out on a certain day to beat up police officers? Who does that?
So if you're saying who announces, why would I answer honestly right now if that's a part of the plans we've been having silently and behind closed doors in our private metaverse? Why would I answer that right now? Because if I tell you, then you're going to tell police, then we won't be able to have the sneak attack, because that's all plan right there. Sneak attack, we can't give up our best move. Our best move is a sneak attack. We got to creep up on it, then attack. If I tell you that right now, that blows up the plan, brother. That blows up the plan, man. I'm not about to do that.
That's never been what it was about. And eventually some of those on that side of the aisle have realized that's not what it is. It's just going to be about it. It's happening on November 4th in various cities. I'll be in the one in Philadelphia, of course. And at the end of the day, everybody goes home. And that's the way it's.
I want to ask this, Daryl. I noticed that in Charlottesville, Virginia, that the cops did not arrest you people, the Antifa people who were the most violent, went there with the intent to attack. Why was it that the cops who told the cops to back off from Antifa, and why?
Well, if you notice, they did arrest some people. You know what they were? The folks on the right trying to pretend we're just being innocent, peaceful individuals.
You're not answering my question.
I am answering your question.
Why did they arrest Antifa?
Because we were the bad guys. We're the Nazis.
And who told them not to arrest Antifa?
Amazing.
No one told them not to arrest Antifa.
Amazing.
Antifa were the bad guys.
On your list, you have people like Dinesh D'Souza, Phyllis. You have Dinesh D'Souza, Phyllis Shockley, Tony Perkins. You have all good people on your list. Do you recognize good people?
They aren't good. You might think they're good, but the rest of society, not so much. And we make our piece on the website. I would say simply, if people have issues with folks that we have listed, then simply talk to us about it. I mean, we can get into detail about the next D'Souza.
What does the list mean? Well, I mean, seriously, what does the list actually mean? Does it mean that if you're on this list and you're next to be attacked? Does this mean that, I don't know, that we're pulling together some sort of a campaign to be able to take you out, ruin your life, ruin the way you make money? What are we doing? Why are people on the list? Here's the thing. The list is dumb. This guy is full of crap. I don't even say crap, but I wanted to say sugar honey iced tea, but I'm not, because I want this to be monetized. But at the end of the day, man, he is not ready for this conversation that he's having with JLP.
I mean, he's a charlatan. He's a charlatan.
That's not true.
Just talk trash. All he does is just talk trash for his political benefit.
That's amazing.
That's amazing.
Does he have a right to do that?
Yeah, so do I. Okay. I mean,
But he is not attacking you. He is not attacking you, but you're attacking him.
That is true. Daryl Lamont Jenkins is not on Dinesh D'Souza's wall.
You try to take away his right.
His right. Then again, he attacks a lot of people who he doesn't know. I mean, the fact of the matter is that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything. And let's be fair. If you're going to defend his right, you got to defend mine.
Let me ask, because of time here, does it bother you that most black people are suffering not because of this phony idea of racism, but the lack of moral character due to the destruction of the family? The average black man is not worth a dime. He's not marrying women. He's not taking care of his family. They're violent toward one another. You have 72 to 73% of black babies born out of wedlock. Abortion out of control in the black communities around the country. Does that bother you at all?
I don't know, sir. I think I have a higher opinion of black people than you do, which is unfortunate.
It's not opinion, bro. He didn't give any opinions. This brother, he was looking at actual statistics while he was speaking to you. It's not his opinion. It wasn't.
I mean, I didn't grow up like that. I mean, I had both my mother and father. They're the two strongest people in my life.
Does it bother you that that's happening in the black community? Does it bother Antifa?
It doesn't.
When it happens anywhere, it bothers me.
So,
and that's why you go out. That's why you go out and try to do something about it. But I'm not going to sit here and say that black people are. By the way, it's not a phony notion that it's racism. You just said you talked to Richard Spencer. You know it's not phony. And so the bottom line is, whatever it is that we have to take care of in the community, we will take care of it.
But why are you doing that? If you really care about black people, instead of running around the country attacking white people, why not deal with those moral issues in the black community?
When have I attacked white people, sir?
You attack the alt-right. You attack Donald Trump supporters. You attack people that you disagree with.
What have they done for their communities?
No.
Please. No. Let's be fair now.
Their communities are not out of control as yours.
Right. If they want to go out and polarize us,
hey, that's a mic drop right there. Their communities are not as messed up as yours, so what you got to say about that?
Society, we as a society have to protect that. If you care, by the way, about the black community, or more so with the black community, it's just that simple. We do it, but we can't you.
Amazing. So, Darryl, I just have a few more questions for you here. I need short answers because this first hour is going by fast.
I know.
I interviewed Richard Spencer, and Richard is into his whiteness. He's into the white people, and I disagree with that. You're into your blackness, you're into black people, and that's wrong too. Does Richard have a right to be into white people since you're into black people? Your blackness.
Yes, he's trying to be white, as long as he doesn't be white at our expense. He once published an article calling for black genocide. That's the concern.
And so, once again, if you guys are trying to do well or do good, why is it that you're hiding your faces and you're so violent? I mean, one of the reasons we have the Great White Hope in the White House is because of the violent attacks that you guys put up on his supporters during the campaign. And people don't like you at all because of the meanness and the dirtiness that you are.
Now, JLP is turning it up. Yeah, he's turning it up. With the great white hope, the mean and dirtiness that you are, he's turning it up a little bit. Oh, yeah, this is definitely him turning it up. And this gentleman right here can't stay still. He's filled with anger, man. He can't wait to hop on this negatively.
Yes, do you know how silly you sound calling him the Great White Hope?
He is the Great White Hope, the greatest president that we've had in a long time.
For slavery. Yeah, I guess you would say something like that.
And so
meanwhile, Bob Corker is slamming him and saying he's not a role model. So you got some conservatives in there that are not really too fond of him.
So you realize that you're turning off people rather than gaining support because of the evil that's coming from Antifa.
I don't know. I'm not too sure about that because I just myself, a lot of folks have been coming to me wondering how to fight people like this. And one of the things that you have to do, I think one of the things that we all have to do is if you do not like how Antifa handles white supremacy or handles the hate politics that you currently want to defend, you go out there and you do what you think is right.
He didn't say one thing about this. He's so big on going up against white supremacy because white supremacy is what's killing the majority of black people. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not. It's not, is it? No.
Hey guys, check it out. It's Mrs. Stevens. I heard her cooking skills are like supernatural, man. They say she can make things appear out of thin air.
It's not, is it? No, it's not. That is Jesse Lee Peterson's point. You're so big on wanting to fight white supremacy. But that is not what's killing the majority of black people right now. Black people are killing the majority of black people right now. A man write a book about extinguishing the black community or something like that. What did he say? So I forgot what the name of it was. I'm sure you didn't read it. You just sort of titled it. Oh, if he titled it that, then he must be bad. Did you read it? How about, what if inside the book he was talking about what's already happening amongst black people? See, this right here, this blame game, it makes you feel like you're doing something when you're really not doing sugar honey iced tea to help at all. You're just getting louder and louder and louder, putting people on your list who are actually getting sugar honey iced tea done. You're putting people on your list who are not putting you on their list. Think about that. Make that make sense. Please make that make sense. You are the man in Antifa. You're not on anyone's list. But they're all on yours. Oh, we just now took Jesse Peterson off the list. Oh, no, he's in a separate database. We didn't put him on the main list yet. Who gives a damn about your list? Like, your lists are stupid. Your lists are dumb. They're make-believe. And your cause is make-believe. Because you're not tackling real issues. Tackle the real issues. Oh, I get it. I get it. They figured that if they tackle this main issue of racism and supremacy, and we done killed all racism, and we done killed all white supremacy. Now we can tell everybody, and they'd be like, "Yay! Woohoo! We're gonna put the guns down. No more killing each other. Yes." He did his job. Come on, Daryl. You sound ridiculous, bro.
Why do you hide? Why do you hide as cowards? Hide.
I haven't been hiding, sir.
Well, Antifa put on dark mask.
Matter of fact, you can see me every year at CPAC.
Hey, brother, he asked you. Why do you hide? You being the organization that you represent. Oh, you can see me every year at CPAC. I come to CPAC just to tell y'all not to say something. Because I want to say something to y'all about saying something. Because you're saying something that I would never say. And if you would say what I'm saying, then the world would be a better place. Brother, you sound dumb as H-E-double hockey sticks, man.
I'm always there.
Why is it that Antifa?
But because I'd be busy doing something else. But hell, there's even video of me getting into Andrew Breitbart's face. So much for hiding, sir.
Why is it that Antifa, when they go?
Why conservatives have to? I'm sorry. Susanna, I apologize.
Why is it that when Antifa go out to become violent and attack people, why are they hiding their faces like little cowards?
If they were cowards, they wouldn't be there in the first place, sir.
Why are they hiding? You don't see the alt-right hiding their faces
in the first place.
I'm sorry?
If they were hiding, they wouldn't be there in the first place. They wouldn't be there in the first place.
You don't see that they wear dark masks?
I've never masked up. You know who I saw masked up?
No, I'm talking about Antifa. Do you see that Antifa mask up?
Have you called them cowards?
Do you see that Antifa is like the Klansmen? They mask up. If they are men and women of good, why are they hiding?
Been defending so far.
My final question: why don't you go after evil people like Louis Farrakhan, Maxine Waters?
Like Louis Farrakhan. Do you guys think Louis Farrakhan is evil? What has he said that's evil? Come on, let me know in the comments. Because I don't follow Louis either. I don't. I'm a Baptist man. I'm not an Islam man. I'm a Baptist man. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. Praise the Lord. Hello, somebody.
What's Federico last name? Wilson, Al Sharpton, Louis Farrakhan. Those people evil. Why not go after them?
Well, I guess we have a different idea of what evil is. But if you're going to sit here and call Donald Trump the Great White Hope, I guess I'm on the right side of things, but I don't go after them.
Why don't you go after them?
Because Donald Trump, your Great White Hope, is evil.
When Louis Farrakhan called
that is an opinion that's shared by a lot of people who are going to do something about the folks that you say are good. Nothing makes Frederica Wilson evil. The only thing she did was criticize Trump for attacking a Gold Star mother. Okay? If that makes her evil, then there's something wrong with your ideas. All right?
So let me ask.
I'm a vet myself.
So let me ask.
I don't appreciate that.
My final question. When Louis Farrakhan said that he's looking for 10,000 black men to go out and stalk and kill those who kill us. Is that evil?
That depends on what you talk about. I have to say the exact quote, and I really can't trust when you say it. So I have to find out what exactly he meant when he said that.
If I'm right about it, he's talking about going out and killing white people and cops. Would that be evil?
You mean like the 3%ers that tried to hold stand-up positions? Yeah, it would be that kind of evil. But I know what you said. I'm going to be very careful with that.
There you are.
Misrepresent who Farrakhan is, and more, to be perfectly honest with you, than I would misrepresent who you are. If I am going to go and defend or attack anyone, I'm going to make sure I have a good reason why. So I got to be fair and say, look, if you don't like evil, fight evil, but you damn sure better be right, pardon my language, when you do it.
So my final thing, when you guys when Antifa take off the mask, stop the violence, go into the inner cities and protect the innocent blacks from the violent blacks, then we would know that you're on the side of good. Until then, you're an evil group.
Will you join us? There was a Stop the Violence rally in June in Los Angeles. Were you there?
You do good. I'm with you.
There was a Stop the Violence rally. That's what we did. We went to a Stop the Violence rally. No, we're not going to the hood where the violence is. Well, are they coming to the... Did anybody invite any of the hoodlums and the gangsters to the Stop the Violence rally? Anyone? Hopefully the pastors did that. We asked the pastors in the cities to do that dirty work, man. Make sure the pastors do it. Or pastors probably asked the parents to do it. And the parents asked the kids to do it. Who's the ones out there doing the dirt? Hoping that the children. So we want the parents to do it. Listen, I didn't gain anything from this positive about Antifa. And because I think the representation was horrible. I think we need another person who represents Antifa to explain to me a little bit about Antifa, because this right here, it did nothing. It didn't help me out at all. I doubt it helped any of you at all. I doubt it. But who am I? Who am I? Y'all let me know whatever y'all want me to know in the comments below. And if you have yet to hit that subscribe button, please make sure you do so. You're out the door. Once again, guys, I'm Van, and now we are all the LFR family, and I look forward to seeing you on the next video, hopefully inside the Patreon as well. Y'all have been amazing per usual. Love y'all. Night.
The Day of Atonement is the day where basically everything ceases. I mean, there's no activity in Israel. There are no cars driving on the street.
Remember the scene on Mount Sinai as God was coming down? The children of Israel were all waiting at their tents, shaking in their boots.
That's even called the 10 days of Tshuva, the 10 day of repentance.
Of repentance, of returning.
God is always described as one in the plural. Echad. Exactly.
Yeah.
I think Jesus was calling her to a greater understanding, because she said, whatever you ask from God, he will give it to you. She understood who Jesus is.
I want to ask you something. So if you wanted to refer to Psalm 22 back in Jesus' day, without a chapter, how would you do it?
I would do what the rabbis do in the Midrash and in the Talmud. I would quote a verse or half a verse to let the people go to that chapter, to that section.
So when Yeshua says from the cross, Eli, Eli, lama azabtani, why did you forsake me?
Really familiar.
Why do you think he said that? What was he doing by saying that psalm? By the way, Matthew's account of the crucifixion is filled with allusions to Psalm 22. But in verse 35, it says this, and when they had crucified him, what do you do when you crucify somebody? You pierce their hands and their feet. They divided up his garments, which is exactly also from Psalm 22.
When my brothers and I were younger, and in the Feast of Tabernacles, we always build, a sukkah, like a temporary tabernacle type thing, and we wanted to sleep there in this mat, and my mom would remind us that when she and her family, when they immigrated to Israel, there was no housing. I mean, there simply were no apartments.
Yeah.
So they lived for 2 or 3 years in like a temporary housing thing, basically a tent city in a way. It's a tent city. That's what it was. And God is speaking directly to the human nature, and He says to the Israelites, "Remember, don't forget who you are. Don't forget your God. And when you come to the land and you build nice houses and you plant vineyards and you enjoy the fruit of the land and all the goodness and blessings, physical blessings and comforts that God is blessing you, beware, be careful lest you forget the Lord your God and you say, oh, it's my wisdom, my strength, that I have all this." And
if you gain the whole world, that's what Solomon did. Yeshua said, if you gain the whole world, then you lose your soul. You don't have God. It's only under the sun. What does it accomplish? What's the purpose? And we talked about it before the podcast, about the people who believe that there's nothing after death. And among all tons of stones that you have there, you saw one pile of stones, and there were some pieces of broken clays that immediately, within you were experiencing, immediately saw that this goes back to the Israelite period,
The curse. So the lamb was sacrificed on the mount of the curse. And so what a beautiful picture of the gospel. It's smack dab in the middle, like it's on the side that's facing where Joshua proclaimed that famous statement, choose for this day whom you will serve.
God damn. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is so bad. Yeah. Yeah. Damn, going too damn far. Shit. Going too damn far. What the fuck? Tired of this shit. I hate seeing anything like that. I'm tired. Yeah, no. Yeah, but shame damn self.
First down, 10 to go. Ball on their own 45. He's finally knocked out by the 25. This guy's combination of speed and his hands make him lethal. He can take a game over at any time. Here's the give. So the offense will move a little bit closer with that penalty. First down and goal to go. Ball on the 9. And it's good. You know they give up the field goal here. That defense is still pretty good about themselves right now. It could have just as easily been a touchdown. enough to kick this one off. He really got a hold of that kick. And it sails out of the end zone for a touchback. The quarterback threw an interception on their last drive. Let's see if they can be more successful here. You know, that was a great drive they had going that last time, too. First and 10, ball on their own 20. Davis running the option.
Stay with my neighbors.
Maybe he forgot who he was on the field, but he needed to unload that ball a lot sooner. He makes it out to the 46-yard line. The offense will take over the 39-yard line. First down, 10 to go. Gives it to the back. And an opening. He's out of bounds at the 16-yard line. And he has a huge run. I'll tell you right now, this guy is arguably one of the fastest players in college football today. There you see him turn up field with such fluidity and quickness. It's first and 10. Ball on the 16-yard line. The defense looks confident as they go into a field goal on their last red zone trip. Plain and simple. Here's what you do with a hard hit to knock the ball free. That's a touchdown. And bring him down around the 14-yard line. They're giving away 3 yards and only making life easier for the guys on the other side of the ball. North Carolina first down here, trying to make it a 2-score game. Hands off and down, and they got behind the line. And the defense gives up some free yards to the offense. You know, penalties can ruin a team's chances to win if they commit too many. Throws into the plate. He played that pass more like a safety than a linebacker. Sensational play to get his fingers on the ball. He's dribbling. They're giving away 3 yards and only making life easier for the guys on the other side of the ball. They got the defense on their heels now. First and goal. Ball on the 2-yard line. This kid is a really reliable weapon. He definitely got the football in his hands near the end zone. He showed you why right there. And he is the PAT. Here's the drive summary to recap the touchdown.
Damn.
She can't. God damn, man. Try to keep the label now. God damn. Man, my goddamn foot.
First and 10. Davis with the option. Still on his feet. There's the flag down. Looks like this one's coming back. That one will put the offense in a hole. They'll try to get some of that back on this upcoming play. From their own 28-yard line. First down. That'll bring it into the first quarter of action. Our score here at Bobby Dodd Stadium. North Carolina 12, Georgia Tech nothing. They'll get the ball here at the 28-yard line. They'll run the option. He wasn't decisive at all on that option, but once he kept it himself, there was no place to go. So it's second down now. They need about 4 yards to pick up the first. Davis, options right side. Just about 3 yards there. That'll make it 3rd and 1. Third down and a yard. Ball on 29. Davis on the option. Nice run, and he caught that. The fullback rolls for a 6-yard gain on the option. Second down, 4 yards to go. All on the 45-yard line. Defense needs to figure out a way to stop them. They'll have no problem putting pressure here. It's first and 10. All on their own 49. First and 10. Ball on 36. Davis running the option. A strong roll out of fullback will give him a gain of 9. That brings up 2nd and 1. From the 27-yard line, second down. Catches it. Sometimes when they go forward, the quarterback can take a pretty good shot. 2nd and 11 coming up now. Davis on the option. They'll get him for a loss.
You can't teach instinct. The ability to know where the play is going is something this safety has. That was a terrific effort.
He's got room to work. He's tackled about the 29-yard line. Well, they get all those yards, but come up just shy of the first.
Good play call, almost perfect execution, except for the fact that they're not going to get the first down.
Let's get out of the field for the official call. From the 24-yard line, first down. He's taken down around the 20-yard line.
That's a good pickup there. He just dropped back and delivered a nice throw.
Here's the 11th play of the drive. It's 2nd down. They're in the red zone, so this quarterback better be smart. Last time he threw a pick down here. Davis, options left. And he's tackled at the 21. The offense calls a timeout. And once again, they'll come to the line, trying to convert on 3rd down. Looks left, picked off. And there is an alien who's going to catch this quarterback.
Great job here by the defender, breaking up the ball and taking it to the house. Again, those big sixes can really hurt an offense and have a lasting impact.
Folks, the edge is right in.
See if this quarterback can put that grass throw behind him.
This quarterback needs to be a little more careful because this defense is excellent on capitalizing off of mistakes.
I'm like this sleeping all day.
He delivers. He's pushing out of bounds.
That was a nicely thrown ball with some running. He's a very precise passer, and he makes it look easier than it is.
From their own 20-yard line, first down. Fires incomplete to the fullback. From their own 40-yard line, it's 2nd down. Race the first down. That's amazing. 42-yard line.
That's why unfortunately love to see every quarterback because it's contagious. The defense and all of their linebackers on the blitz, and no one on the offense holds things. They came away with big yards and a first down.
He goes down to the 15. The defense calls a timeout. Back in the
pass incomplete. He's unable to hit his receiver. He overthrew it. And that's the throw he should make every single time. So with a half inning, they're just going to try to put 3 points up on the board. And going down the middle. And they had the locker rooms. This was far from them. Alabana Stadium. The Tar Heels 19. The Yellow Jackets 3. Georgia Tech will be kicking off, and I hope you're as ready as I am. It's the second half over. Gathered in at the 6. He lost the ball. To the 20, to the 10. Touchdown! Huge play. And just like that, they make it a 2-possession game. They really took the pressure off themselves there. That was a great return for a touchdown, and it gives them some breathing room on defense. And they converts the extra point. Georgia Tech will begin. Taken at the 5. Makes it to the 22-yard line. They'll get the ball here at the 37. We've got a 1st and 10. Great pressure on the quarterback, forced that incompletion. They really pounded him on that throw. That makes it 7 to 10. They go with a run. He runs down the backfield. So the offense will move a little bit closer with that penalty.
We pay attention.
He makes the catch and has a 1st down. It's away. He's on the run. He's up to 100 yards and catches. It's for this reason that he is the most dynamic player on this field today. He can put the ball through you or around you, and on top of that, he's a magnificent player in the passing game. And he adds the extra point. And now we're going to take a look at the drive summary. Looks like he's ready to kick this one off. He moves it deep downfield. No chance for a return. Come up to the point. Now both teams come trotting back out onto the field. They'll go to work at the 20-yard line. 1st down, 10 yards to go. They try the option, left side. And the big ball with some room. I'm not sure who that was thrown. will put the offense in a hole, and they'll try to get some of that back on this upcoming play. From their own 18-yard line, first down. There's nowhere to run. If this guy gets his arms around the ball carrier, I don't care who it is. He's not getting away. Second down, about 12 yards to go. Ball on their own 18. They're giving away 3 yards and only making life easier for the guys on the other side of the ball. It's first and 10. Ball on the 39. The legs are all over the place and they'll blow it dead. So the penalty will make it first and 15. Nice win there as they work the outside. Concentration laps right there. The coaches will be giving them an earful for it, too. They line up for another first and 10, and they're really on a roll this drive. Davis, option top to left. He makes his way to about the 38. He's about 8 yards there. That makes it second and 2. From the 38-yard line, it's second down. Well, as they take a look at that injury on the sideline, let's see what this backup can do at quarterback. First down, 10 yards to go. Thomas on the option. He takes it right side for a good gain. A 5-yard gain. That brings up second and 5. Second down and 5. Here's the halfback. He's still going. I don't really know what this one's for. Let's find out.
Care instructions for my Gatsby, my gazpacho. Mr. Henry Chicken. Mr. Dirty Boy. Miss.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Welcome back. I am Dan, and we are all the LFR family, man. I am excited.
and spice gives you 24/7 lasting scent.
There's a way to cut your dishwashing time by 50%. Try Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. It removes 99% of grease and grime in half the time. It cleans so well, you can replace multiple cleaning products. Try Dawn Power Wash.
does more to make clothes softer, fresher, and better. Because sometimes your work shirt needs to be a soft, cozy pillow. Downy, breathe life into your laundry. You're welcome. Dawn Power Wash has 3 cleaning boosters not found in traditional dish soaps. It's more than soap, it's power wash.
a smarter way to mop? Try the Swiffer Power Mop. An all-in-one cleaning tool with a 360-degree swivel head that goes places a regular mop just can't. Mop smarter with the Swiffer Power Mop.
antibacterial fluoride stops cavities before they start. Crest. Want a light scent that lasts? Try Downy Light. With no heavy perfumes or dyes, it's a long-lasting scent that everyone can enjoy. Even him. Get a light scent that lasts with no heavy perfumes or dyes.
There's a way to cut your dishwashing time by 50%. Try Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. It removes 99% of grease and grime in half the time. It cleans so well, you can replace multiple cleaning products. Try Dawn Power Wash.
Inhale the 24/7 moisturization of Old Spice lotion. Exhale the hydrated skin of a gentleman.
This is Tyler, an entrepreneur. His sock business is taking off. At 1-800-ACCOUNTANT, we navigate small business owners towards their financial North Star. How? We don't believe in tax season. We practice tax strategy all year round. Tyler didn't become an entrepreneur to do payroll. He's focused on his next big idea. At 1-800-ACCOUNTANT, we take care of the boring stuff so you and Tyler can do what you do best.
Having health insurance is important. So, if you or anyone in your family has Medicaid or CHIP, listen up. Check your mail for a renewal form from your state. Complete the form and mail it back right away so you don't lose your coverage. If you do lose Medicaid or CHIP, visit healthcare.gov to see if you're eligible to enroll in a low-cost, quality health plan. Keep your family covered. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Tis the sweaty season. Give yourself a gift of movement these holidays.
Hi guys. In today's video, I've been squeezing lots in walls.
Get a free bucket when you spend $29.99 this weekend at Harbor Freight.
And if you're an Inside Chocolate member, get a free bucket.
pero se ocurrió hacia México y la mejor solución entre ellas, como siempre, es el árbol que se tiene. Yo creo que los favoritos propios, esto es la para ir de esto.
Ok, ya estoy.
你这个脚有点厉害了。怎么了？怎么了这样？
都是这钱，当然这钱。
这个叫猴子。
Come on, still pretty presumed to go. Come on. Shit. Yeah. Somebody bigger. Music.